Okay, sorry. I redid another live because I was screaming and having a meltdown, so I decided to close it and redo it again. I'm not gonna look at the chat. I'm gonna actually hide the chat because I have important things to talk about and I wanna get through them. So I'm sorry for anyone coming in, but I'm gonna put a post-it over it right now. Okay, this is not a post-it. Okay, I'm just gonna stick this to the screen real quick because I have some important things to talk about. I want to be able to get through them. So I'm sorry for making anyone feel bad. I didn't mean that. Okay, this is not thick enough. Um, okay, so I don't know if this is gonna work. I'll just no. This is not thick enough. Okay. I don't know what to do. Um, just give me a moment here. I'm sorry. It's just that if I look at the chat, I'm not gonna be able to get through this without having another meltdown. I'm sorry. This is none of anyone's fault. I just want you to know I'm just not in a good place right now. But what I was trying to say before I closed um, the previous stream is that I can't be sacrificing my work even if it's giving me meltdowns because this is the only thing I can do for a living at the moment. I don't have money and I need to be streaming and I need to find a way that works for me and everyone else because if I don't do that, then it's my livelihood. And I know I'm not very fun right now, and that's not what people enjoy seeing stream. But yeah, I'm very sorry. I know I'm difficult to work with. But I just wanted to say that I apologize for my attitude earlier. I don't enjoy doing crochet and chat anymore. It's become very tedious to entertain people while I'm working, and it's none of your fault. It's just that I can't do that because I struggle with not pleasing everyone, but I struggle with demands and things like that. And I wanted to switch it up and do something different, but so that's why I thought of doing. A show and tell, like showing all the plushies I have and the things I've been making, but people weren't interested in that, so no one showed up after an hour, so I decided to cut the stream short because I was getting frustrated and about to have another meltdown, which I did have, and I'm sorry, I know that's not fun. But yeah, so since I keep having meltdowns on camera, I decided I'm not gonna do crochet and chat anymore, and I'm sorry about that. I'm still gonna crochet on camera, of course, because I do have to get through things, but I'm not gonna be talking about it anymore, and I'm not gonna be focusing on that anymore. I decided that instead I'm gonna be talking about subjects that interest me, and maybe that means I will be losing a few viewers and subscribers, and I'm sorry about that. I know that's why you're here. Most of the people in here are here for that. Came to me from streaming channels who do the same thing. So I'm sorry. So yeah, that's why I was trying to switch it up a little bit. I realized very quickly that people weren't really into the idea, so I'm trying right now to figure out other things people might be interested in and that I wanna do. Like, don't get me wrong, I want people to enjoy my content, but I wanna enjoy it as well, if that makes sense. So okay, the sticker here is sticking to my screen. So I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mean to people. I know that I come across very harsh. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out something because I can't be not streaming even if it. So the other day, someone told me that it's not worth it if it compromises my mental health. But in a way, that's a little bit. I don't want to say it in a mean way, but that's a little bit of a privileged view, because I can't afford to eat right now. I could do groceries because one of you donated. Like, that's the only reason I have food in my fridge right now. It's because someone donated a large amount of money to me, and now I still have more things to buy. I need cleaning products. I need toilet paper. I don't have toilet paper right now. I'm sorry, this is gross, but I wipe with with washcloths. That's all I have right now because I'm trying to save up for rent. And even the large donation I have, I took a part of that for groceries, but the rest of it needs to be for rent because otherwise at the end of the month I don't have money for rent, so I have to stream. Like, I'm killing my no, I can't say that. I'm trying to explain in a very difficult way to people that I have to do this. This is the only thing I can do for work. And when I say that, I mean that literally, because I can't have a day job. I struggle too much with instructions, and my brain isn't able to take initiative like uh, uh, um, um, people will expect you, the people who hire you will expect you to do things by yourself and to know how to do things, but I need precise instructions for everything. You can't tell me just clean the floors. You have to tell me step by step everything you mean, otherwise I'm just gonna freeze and not do it. And it's not even because I'm lazy, but like, you have to tell me step by step, use this product, mix it with that and in this quantity, and then do this section first and let it dry, and bring the sign for the floor and everything. You have to do the step by step with me because that's how my brain works. And that's how I've been wired, because every time I try to do something by myself, I end up displeasing someone over it. So instead, I just freeze and I don't do the thing. So because of that, I can't get a day job, and I don't work fast enough. And I can't lift heavy things, obviously, because I have muscle weakness and I have carpal tunnel syndrome. My stepmom told me, well, just get a factory job, but I can't because you have to lift heavy things and you have to be very fast. Because those are the jobs that usually hire disabled people and autistic people. But I can't do that work because I'm not fast enough. Because they will want people who are very quick to do it, if you know what I mean. So this is my day job. This is the only thing I can do at the moment. So even if it's hard and even if I melt down on camera, I have to figure out a way to continue somehow. I know, I'm sorry. I know that I'm really difficult to deal with. I apologize for that, but I just wanted to explain real quick why I won't be doing crochet and chat anymore, because I know that's why people primarily watch me, uh, is for that. So yeah, I just wanted to go through that right now. I'm very sorry. So I keep getting meltdowns, and this is a sign that for me, it means I don't want to be doing this, and it takes me a little while to notice and to understand that it's why this is happening. Um, but I'm kind of figuring it out right now. You know, I keep having meltdowns and fighting with people and hurting people, being mean to people. So I'm not gonna be doing that anymore. I don't want to hurt my community more than I've hurt it in the past few days. So yeah. I keep like yelling at the camera and being not very pleasant for people. And so yeah, that's why I won't be doing crochet and chat anymore. Yeah, what I mean is that a lot of people came from to me from Don's channel actually, or Amanda, my friend who does Scraptastic Crocheter. That's her YouTube channel. So from Don Yarn Doll and from Scraptastic Crocheter, most of my subscribers come from there. So that's what people expect of me as well, because that's how they found me, and that's how I was advertised to them as someone who does crochet and chat. And that's what I've been doing every day for a while now. Before then, I would do music talk and witchy talk and things like that, and I'm quite more interested in that, to be honest. Crochet is my primary occupation, but I really struggle with demand avoidance and with all the things like you have to be really aware and into things, and people will ask you every 5 seconds what you're working on, and like that's not a problem. I get it. I understand. Like you join a live, you want to talk to the people, and you want to you want to know what's going on in the stream, So I hold nothing against people about that, about not about wanting to ask questions and such. It's just that it's a very demanding process when you're on stream and you have all these things coming at you, if it makes sense. So I wanted it to be a little bit more like a conversation about topics that interest me, and we do that quite a bit. We have moments where we talk about Skinny Puppy and where we talk about food. And we talked about tea the other day, and it was cool. Like, I showed my collection of tea. I want to be doing more stuff like that. Like, when I show my things, it's never to brag. I do it because I enjoy showing things. Autistic people were people who really enjoy showing our things and talking about what we have and what we do. So that is okay. I uncovered the screen right now, so I'm gonna be able to watch the chat. But yeah, autistic people, we are a bunch of people who really like to show what we do and what we have, and it's for us, it's more of a mean of sharing and interacting with people. It's never to brag. So and that's why I wanted to show my plushies and all. It's it's because I really enjoy what I work on and what I do. And so I thought maybe people would be interested in that, but it turns out they weren't, which is okay, I get it. But that's a little bit why I had a meltdown earlier. I was disappointed and I was a little bit in my emotion about the fact that I had a plan for the day, and I went with people's votes on my poll. The majority of people said they would be interested in the show and tell. And so I went with that and I planned for it. I set up everything and I had a little bit of a script of what I was gonna say. And I know lives don't really work with scripts, you have to improvise and such, but I really thought that's what I was gonna do today. And us autistic people, we don't do so well with changes and planning and plans and everything. So that's a little bit why I had a meltdown. I had a plan, and when it turned out not working out, a little bit lost it, if it makes sense. So I'm sorry. Sometimes showing things people see, might like, and never know about. Yeah, but I'm talking that early about the fact that earlier today I was gonna do a plushy show and tell of everything I had uh, in my bin. I have a bin for my crocheted items. I have one for wearables and I have a different one for plushies, and I was gonna show the plushy one today. And I even did a poll and everything, and people seemed interested from that poll. I had 60% votes for that, so I thought, yeah, okay. But then after an hour, no one was showing up, and as soon as I changed the live title to a crochet and chat, a bunch of people showed up. So that means to me they just weren't interested in the show and tell, because I understand timing. I understand that people are probably busy and didn't couldn't show up like at that time I was streaming, which is perfectly okay. I know we have busy lives, but just the fact that they started showing up after I changed the live description and everything, and that I decided not to do the show and tell anymore. That's what gave me the hint that they weren't interested in that. So that was a big change of plan, and to me, I just don't deal well with that. Oh no, they got notified. I shared it everywhere. I shared the live on all my platforms. Um, uh, Leather, I'm gonna read your message later. I saw your message on Discord. I'm gonna read that after the stream. But yeah, as I said, autistic people, we often struggle with change of plans, especially when we're excited about a thing and it doesn't end up happening. And I know that sounds like being such a baby for some people who maybe don't understand that, but it's how I'm wired. And when you have a bunch of, oh yeah, so just so you know, neurodivergent stuff, things about autism is a very recurring topic on my channel, and it's probably gonna be something that stays just because it's a big topic of mine, and I advocate for mental health quite a bit online. It's one of the main things I do actually, besides my crochet work. So I'm probably gonna be talking more about that. It's a little bit more stimulating to me as well. But yeah, so it's just like, when kids want a candy bar and then they throw a fit because they're not getting the candy bar. We equate it to that a lot because when a person grows up, they kind of develop a sense of I don't get everything I want, and I don't get things don't always go the way I expect them to, and they learn to be okay with that. But with autistic people, there's a part in our brain, something that like makes it difficult to accept because we struggle a little bit with improvising. The creative part of your brain that makes things up. A lot of autistic people either don't have that, or that part is a little bit underdeveloped. Not that it's a bad thing, but it's just a bigger struggle for us, those of us who have that. So yeah, I struggle with that when I have a plan in mind and it doesn't work out. Like, I will yell and I will become really nasty. So that's what happened earlier, and I'm so sorry. I know I was probably scary on camera. uh and I know I'm talking very loud even right now. Okay, I just had to verify my count here. But yeah, we we struggle with the thing. But yeah, I shared it on all of my platforms, and The reason why people don't get notified about lives, by the way, I will touch on that real quick because I know why it's that way. It's because on your account you have a setting that you have, like in your personal settings, that notifies you about lives or not. And if that's turned off, even if your notifications are up for a channel, you don't get notified. So you have to go in your settings and you have to enable notifications for everything. So that's why it happens that way. So it's not YouTube that does it shady. It's just that you have to enable it in your personal setting first. So so yeah, yes, you can get notified for every live. You just have to set that up differently, if that makes sense. I learned that a few months ago and it was life changing because before then I used to never get notified for anything. And since I changed that in my account, now I have like my favorites, my people. I have notifications for Dawn, for Ian, for Scraptastic Crocheter, who I mentioned earlier. So I have those now set up. It's just something that's not really known about and a lot of people don't know. So yeah, mental health is important, but I explained that while it is important, I still have to stream because this is the only way I can make money at the moment, is with my crochet work and my small business. It's a long story. I won't go into too much details about that, but it's a reason that even if I struggle with my mental health, I can't really stop streaming at the moment. So until I have a better way to have income, I will have to continue doing that. And I explained that it's a little bit of privileged position to be saying I need to prioritize. Not that I'm trying to be mean or argumentative about that, but it's a little bit of a privileged position when people tell me that I need to prioritize myself and take breaks when I try to stream and I don't feel good. Because, yeah, it's difficult. All right, see you soon. No, I don't. I'm not saying that to you in particular. Yeah, of course it's important. It's just that a lot of people have been telling me this. They've been telling me I need to take a break and to stop streaming, which I appreciate where that's coming from. So that's why I'm trying to explain right now why I can't really do that. I know I'm sorry. I know I sound difficult right now. I'm not trying to dismiss anyone. I'm just really trying to explain. This is really good. This is strawberry kiwi tea. It's really good. It's herbal tea. It's really tasty, and even if it's a little bit old, it hasn't lost most of its flavor. So I'm quite pleased about that. Uh, it is really good. And it has that reddish tone to it. It's very pretty. I don't know if I can show you, so I don't want to spill the cup. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to see the redness to it, but it's very pretty. But look what I have on in my tea thingy here. It's cute, right? I quite like this. So yeah. But yeah, I didn't mean that in um a dismissive way or anything. I know that mental health is very important, but it, yeah, it came like this. So yeah, it has this on the chain and it has it on the top here as well. I don't want to show you because it's full of liquids right now, but yeah. Um, oh, maybe I'll show it on camera when it's dry. But yeah, okay, so what I was explaining. Okay. What I was explaining is that while a lot of people, for example, a person is working their 9 to 5, right? But they have a lot of debt to pay. I can't pronounce that word. I'm French Canadian. I struggle with some pronunciations. So they have a lot of debt to pay. Like uh, they owe a lot of money to their name, and they still have to pay their mortgage, their bills, and everything. But they still, okay, let's say they have a student loan and it's very, very big and they're really close to the deadline on it. Like, I think it's 10 years or something. But let's say they're close to the 10-year on their student loans and they have to pay that off. But let's say they get sick for a while, and they struggle with depression, and unfortunately their doctor gives them like a few weeks to get out of that. But then that that few weeks turns to months, and then they're out of work for quite a while. Well, they're everything else that they gotta pay um is just piling on, you know. So instead they decide to just power through it and work through it and take care of their mental health later. Well, that's a little bit what I'm experiencing right now, you know. So let's say that their the deadline for their to pay off their student loans is at the end of the year. Then they decide they work to the end of the year, and then they become very, very sick because they didn't take the break they needed. Well, that's kind of what I'm going through right now. I know I'm quite burnt out and I struggle, and I know that it's going to be violent as soon as I cannot do it anymore. I know that I will be on my behind and that I won't be able to get up for a while. That happened to me in the past, unfortunately. That's why I try to take small breaks and very small. I'm just trying to explain for people who might not get that. But yeah, so right now I'm in a situation where I barely eat. I explained earlier that I don't even have toilet paper right now. So I'm quite in a bit of a struggle. Like, I rely on donations and on my sales, on my plushie sales mostly, and on, you know, I rely on my small business to see me through. So because I'll explain later about government programs and everything. I don't really want to talk about the reason I don't receive more money right now, but I might get into it at another time. But yeah, and rent is quite high in Montreal, really. Um, I have a roommate, so we pay half on everything. But you know services, how they work. Every year they up your bill quite a bit. So right now I'm kind of struggling. I have about half of what I need for rent, but if I use any more of that money on groceries and on things I need, then I will be struggling and rushing at the end of the month, like I do most times. So I decided to like maybe cut back on necessities a little bit. And you know, oh, one of my people I sent something to just got their package. Oh, I'm happy. Someone helped me out with the skinny puppy things. Someone helped me out to get to the skinny puppy concert, and I sent them a care package in exchange, and he just got it. So I'm just gonna tell him real quick because I gave him um, a guitar pick from Matthew Setzer. So I just want to explain to him how to find it because it's quite well wrapped because I didn't want it to get destroyed, you know. So yeah, I gave him a bunch of crocheted kitties, which is cool. I just got um a recall notice for my blendjet. You know those tall blenders that are portable and they have a little strap and then you can just like slip that on your wrist and walk around with your smoothie or your fruit and you can just like blend it on the go. A bunch of them are recalled and mine was, but I already filled the request. I already filled that, so I don't know why they just. I don't know why they're emailing me. I've already filled my request for a new one. But alright, the one I had previously is red and I quite like it. But now I got a black one, so in 6 weeks they will be sending that to me. So I will get a new blender. Yeah, he seems quite happy. But yeah, I just had to explain to him real quick how to get the guitar pick because I sandwiched it between two pieces of cardboard. I have one for myself as well that I kept because Matthew gave one to me personally the first time I went to see Skinny Puppy. That's the only thing I paid for in like over a year is tickets to see Skinny Puppy. That's the only thing I bought for myself. No, I can't respond again. When you're already signed up, you cannot do it again. They did something to make sure that doesn't happen because to be registered for the recall, you have to break your blind jet. So you have to provide photos of you breaking your blind jet. Your you know the recalled one. So they have you destroy the ring, the plastic ring, the plastic seal inside, and they have you provide proof of that. So you see, yeah, and I got rid of the plastic ring. I'm just gonna try to see if Amazon has some of them. I know that's unsafe, but I'm poor, so I would probably sell the new recalled one and still use the old one. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I could get into trouble for saying that on camera. No, I'm not gonna do that. Just for legal reasons, I'm gonna say I'm joking right now. I take my safety very seriously. So I'm not gonna be using the recalled blender right now. It's not even in use anymore, and it's waiting to get its batteries removed and disposed of. So it's like in my witchy cupboard. Actually, the base of it is in my witchy cupboard. with all my things. I have a big headache right now, and I have a concussion. So I'm struggling with uh, lights right now. They're a little bit strong. Yeah, there's gonna be a cold front. I got that as well. But today it is so hot outside. It's crazy. So, what's going on with you guys? I don't really know what to talk about right now. I'm kind of at a loss. If anyone has something they would like to talk about, please feel free. In Alabama, 71. I wonder what that is in Celsius. I'm not very well versed in Fahrenheit. You're making another whale. Oh, a fire. That is nice. Over 1,000 subscribers, but you're not on. I'm not sure I understand what you said, by the way. I'm confused. Ah, my headache is really getting bad right now. Getting a little bit of water. And I talked about this briefly in my previous lives, but I get frequent concussions. I'm not gonna say why because it might be a very triggering subject for people. So unless people don't mind me talking about it, but just to warn you, it's a very triggering subject, so I might try to avoid that. But I get frequent concussions, and so when I get a concussion, I don't necessarily go to the ER all the time unless it's like a bad one. Right now it's a very light concussion. Um I'm not disoriented or anything. I'm just a little bit I just have a headache and light sensitivity, but I'm mostly fine. So yeah. Oh, you're sub to over 100, so you get 100 warning. Oh my. Okay, that's a lot. No, 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 no. I don't fall. Well, yes, I fall, but that's not how I get concussions. So, just as a warning, it's a very difficult subject. So, if you're sensitive to um, very heavy mental health stuff, you might not want to know about that. So, yeah. Otherwise, I will talk about it. 1,000. Oh yeah, that's a lot. But yeah, and with autism, it's a big struggle. There are a lot of people who experience the same as I do. By the way, it's not just because I'm clumsy. Because yes, I am clumsy. But yeah, one time though, my yarn shelf, the one over there, it's a wire shelf, and sometimes it comes apart. But sometimes yeah, I once injured myself because it fell on me and I got a concussion that way. That was a funny story. Not so funny, but it was. It was. No, no, no. I know you're being silly right now, but yeah. I wish it was the walls running into me. But yeah, for autistic people, sometimes it's a big struggle. But yeah, because I don't really want to get in trouble for it. I don't want them to hospitalize me for it. So that's why I'm a little bit hesitant, and I know it's a heavy subject for most people. So I'm gonna try to keep that light right now. I might do a specific stream on that just so people who don't want to hear about it don't have to. But yeah, autism be at work again. That's what we say in the community. And so, yeah, today I went to the post office again, and it was a little bit less icy, but for some weird reason, the walkway leading up to my apartment is very icy, disgusting, and it's been salted and everything, but it's still very hazardous. Oh, that's the word I was searching for earlier. Is hazardous. The streets are hazardous right now, but the one leading up to my apartment is very icy, and the rest of the street is perfectly fine and all melted. So I'm mad about that. I don't know why it's that way, but it is. So I oh yeah, I broke my the heel of my shoe while going out today. It got stuck somewhere, and the plastic part just slide off. So I was stumbling all the way to the post office where I got to kind of rudimentarily fix that really quickly by like hammering it in. But I will have to put shoe glue or something because it keeps coming off, you know. It's came off a few times, so whenever it happens, I just sit down and I hammer it back in with my with the ground. I like do this on the ground. I knock it on the ground a few times and it helps, but yeah. Your son is good at having walls run into him. Yeah, but that's not what happens for me. It's not clumsiness. That's why I don't want to really talk about it on camera because that's not the thing. But yeah, I get that. I understand what you mean. But it's a completely different issue for me. You have non-epileptic seizures. Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds annoying, and that sounds harsh too. That must be something to deal with at times. Yeah. Um. But yeah, I was hammering it and my shoe heel on the ground like this, because it has like little things that. Yeah, it is. I imagine. So yeah, I looked silly trying to get the thing back on. So I'm gonna have to buy shoe glue. You know the glue that's specific to heels. Not to heels, but like to shoes to glue back the heels and everything. That's what I'm gonna have to do. But right now I can't afford that, and it's not my primary thing I need to buy. So I'm just gonna tolerate the discomfort. But I was like stumbling all the way until I could find a place to sit down on. Oh no, no, they are small shoes. It's like just a little plastic cover for the heel. The heel is like this big, but it's the little plastic cover. I would show it right now, but they are drying because they are full of ice and rocks and everything, so I'm not gonna show that to you right now. But no, they're quite small. It's just a tiny plastic thing that covers it. So yeah, it is. But it's just that half of it was coming off and the rest was still attached. So whenever I stepped on it, it creates an imbalance. So yeah, that's a little bit annoying. Okay, so what else? I'm done with that topic. I don't have anything more on that subject, to be honest. Yeah, it was just a hassle getting to the post office again, but I needed to do it because I got an order from a friend. I'm gonna talk about this really, really quickly. I'm just gonna brush on it, but my friend's friend had her mom pass away from cancer, so she wanted to do something special for her, so she purchased something from my shop, and so I rushed the order. It was already made, so I just had to put it in a box and send it. So that's why I rushed to the post office early today. It's because I I needed to get it there as soon as possible. My friend's mom, yeah, it's a complicated thing, passed away last night. So yeah, I just really wanted to get that in quickly. It's a Sam plushie from Trick or Treat because she's a big fan of that. So yeah, and my friend had me write a little handwritten note and everything. It was really sweet. So, which was I'm happy to have been able to do that for her. I was really happy. Yeah, that I got to do that for someone in pain who just lost their mother. I put a bunch of freebies in there, so hopefully she'll be enjoying that. So, out. Right now, I'm struggling with my tunnels. I'm sorry if that's gross right now, but yeah, my tunnels are being a bother right now. If you have stretched ears, you know what I mean. Sometimes they just have a mind of their own, and they just decide to mess with you. So yeah, yeah. Mm. Strawberry kiwi, really good tea. They're tiny. Your hubby is at 2 inches. Yeah, mine are really small. I don't know exactly um what size they are right now because I don't remember, but because I put those in before I went to see Skinny Puppy, and now I think I changed. I upgraded them just after the concert in April. So I've had those specific ones for quite a while. So I don't remember the size they're at. But yeah, they're quite small at the moment. I'm trying to get to a 00 right now, and that's my goal. And I don't know if I'll be going any bigger. I've never gone bigger actually because I was mostly satisfied with it, and I most of my jewelry is in a 00. So yeah, I might go bigger. I do uh, I do like slightly bigger than a 00. Nothing up to an inch though. A 3/4 is a good size, but it might be a little bit big for me. So I'll see. maybe just the size a little bit before that. Because I have quite unflexible um, earlobes, and they don't want go big or go home. Yeah, but yeah, I always have the hypersensitivity problem that whenever I try to sleep, I feel them in my ears whenever I turn my head, and so that's annoying. So because of that, I don't want to be going quite bigger than that. I have all the things. I take good care of those. I wash them daily and everything. But yeah, right now I just have very sparkly ones in, and that's annoying because those are old ones. I have like one pair in every size leading up to 00, which is 1 centimeter. They call that 10 millimeters, which is the same as a centimeter. But yeah, uh, that's pretty much it. That's it about piercings, really. I have this. This is maybe 2 or 2.5 millimeters. I'm not sure. Thank you for joining these garden adventures. Enjoy. Take care of your garden. But yeah, I think this is either a 2 or 2.5. I want to stretch bigger. I want to go maybe up to maybe 3 millimeters or more. I don't know. It will depend how I feel once it gets bigger, and yeah. But I want to stretch this one a little bit more. I've stretched it a little bit in the past. I've been at this size for maybe uh, a year or two, and I've been liking it. Sorry for that noise. I was just trying to get that last little sip there. The one that's at the bottom of the mug. So yeah, and yeah, my goal is eventually to get one of those glass half moon things in red and wear that because I like the look of that. So I want to get it, but it only comes in bigger sizes, so it's gonna be a slow process. Oof. So yeah, I do wanna talk about this really quickly. Uh, no, I don't have pain relievers. I had my very last bit of ibuprofen a few months ago. Because these are really expensive for some reason. I always get the generic brand. No, caffeine gets me really, really weird. Like it makes me shaky. Uh, during Christmas, I had a latte, just one small latte, and I was all shaky, and I felt ill, really. So I don't do caffeine. Uh, anyway, I'm sorry about the tangent here. I don't remember what I was gonna talk about. I knew I had something in mind, but it escaped me. unfortunately. Okay, I really don't remember what I was gonna say. Generic. Yeah, it's the same thing. But yeah, even the generic brands is not really something I can afford because when you struggle with food, the last thought on your mind is to get ibuprofen, you know. So that's why I don't have that. I'm sorry, I know that I'm a little bit down right now. One of my friends did say that it was too difficult for them to watch uh, my streams because of that. So I do apologize. I know that can be triggering for people. Um, I'm losing train of thought here. I'm losing trains. No more trains. I'm sorry, I'm just being silly and weird at the moment. But yeah, so that was basically my day. I went to the post office. I ate a sandwich this morning, which was a good breakfast. Just a chicken sandwich. So I don't know quite to what to talk about. Yeah. Uh um yeah, yours are quite big. Oh, great, you have heating now. It's not letting me open that. It's not letting me open the last one. I don't know why, I'm sorry. But it's not letting me. Okay, now I see it for some reason. But it's great you have fire now. Yeah, no, it was already uploaded. But sometimes there's a little bit of lagging with Discord. Discord can be a little laggy at times, and it's also because I'm listening to music and that interferes. My goodness, interferes is a difficult word today. Um, yeah, when I listen to music on a different app, it interferes with Discord's playback feature. So because of that, yeah, um, because of that, sometimes there's like, oh my gods, I'm not making sense right now. Oh, this is so itchy. My nose is itchy again, and I don't know why, because I'm done with the wool. No more wool. It's evil. Canadian services. You are? I'm what? I don't even remember what you're referring to right. My brain is not working. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, my brain is off at the moment. It's like postal services. We're a little bit delirious right now, which is fine, I guess. Finding humor in difficult things. Okay. Uh, and so, okay. Yeah. Yesterday, I was okay. I don't remember what I was gonna say about yesterday. You have some in your room. Um, no, but I think the residual fibers are still around me on my desk somewhere, so that might be why. Brain fog, yes, I get plenty of brain fog, especially since I have a concussion. I know, you're supposed to rest and everything when you have a concussion, but I don't do that because I get them all the time, so I don't have the time to be sitting around doing nothing. I know, that's not good for my brain or whatever, but yeah, that's how. Oh, I'm sorry about the stitch marker. It's annoying. But yeah, um I don't follow doctor's advice very well. I'm just gonna say that. A little bit rebellious. I'm not even supposed to be eating anything sugar or anything like that. I have a little bit high blood sugar, but with ARFID, it's tricky to be changing your diet. So, my doctor told me I should eat a lot of beef because I'm B12 deficient, but I cannot cook that because the smell is triggering to me. It makes me feel really, like it makes me gag a little bit. So, no beef. Not even burgers. I cannot cook burgers. So, I had patties that you just put in the oven actually. That was okay for a while, but that stuff's expensive as well, so like normally that's not the most affordable food option to be eating steak or beef or whatever. But I'm B12 deficient, so my doctor I'm sorry, I just burped here. But my doctor recommended that I eat that. So I kind of told her, I'm sorry, I cannot cook that, my dear. And she said, yeah, but chicken is not enough, blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, I'm not good at following doctor's recommendations. Um, I know my health is important, but yeah, sitting and stitching, yeah, it's a little bit hard on my head because I have a big light here, up here. Um, because I'm working with black yarn right now, so I need to have a big spotlight. You're B12 deficient too. We're all B12 deficient. Yeah, my doctor didn't want to put me on injections for some odd reason. She believes I can control that with diet, but I can't. I have ARFID, but she doesn't care. She wants me to eat beef. Give me the injections, please. Please put that directly in my veins. Put the B12 in. I wish she would do that. So that's another thing I'll be happy to talk about with my new doctor is that option because I really want to try the monthly injections. Uh-huh, yeah. I'm not deficient in sodium. I'm a little bit high actually, I think. Uh I love black yarn. Black yarn is my favorite. But yeah, it's difficult to see your stitches on it. And I'm also obviously I'm vitamin D deficient. Who isn't nowadays? Like as soon as you stay indoors too much, Is it D? Is it um I think I might be mistaken on the letter. But anyway, the vitamin associated with sunlight. That's the one I'm deficient in. So sorry, I'm choking here. I swallowed my water a little bit too quickly. Winter says while drinking more of it. So um yeah, so I wish I could get in those injections or something. That would be great. Yeah, it's the okay. I don't know. I get a little bit confused sometimes about letters or things. So, 4, 6, 7, 8. Ugh. Okay. I'm getting mad at my project right now. So yeah, I'm not gonna talk about this a whole lot, but I'm making another bat again because I have had a few orders for them. So yeah, they are quite big. They're like this big. So right now, this is the head. So that's what I'm doing. And everyone in Canada is probably deficient in the because of the lack of sunlight. Yeah. Mm. It's quite sunny outside right now, and the sky is clear. But I went out for like 4 minutes total, so you don't really get much vitamin D doing that. The post office is literally like a few corners away, like maybe 2 or 3 corners. So it's literally just a 2 minute walk going there. And yeah, for a long while I was going all the way over there, which is like a 10-minute walk because I didn't know how close the actual post office was. So I was going to their pharmacy thingy, because Canada Post has their post offices and pharmacies. So I was going there, but the actual office building is much closer. So now I go there and I don't suffer anymore. Plus, I had issues with an employee. I'm gonna tell you in a second here. Because um, she got upset at me for not knowing something, and she yelled at me for a little while, so now I don't have to go there and see her anymore. So that is good. And I get that she sees a lot of people, and it's aggravating to be dealing with people's stupidity. But also, you can't really expect all your customers to know things that make sense to you because you're a postal worker and you're in that stuff 24/7. And so for you, it is common sense because you see that every day, but people don't know about that. If it's not written on a sign, I will not know because I read every sign. Yeah, it's close at least. But yeah, I read every sign there is because autistic people tend to really like directions and instructions. But if I'm not aware of something, and if no one put any effort in to help people know about it, then I will assume what I think is going on. So yeah, she got really mad and yelled at me a bunch in front of all the customers. So yeah, I'm happy not to be going there. And I understand she's stressed and all, so I don't hold it against her. They can't expect everyone gets all the info. Yeah, especially like if it's something that because you've been working there. Like, not everyone is a postal worker. Not everyone has common sense, sadly, but it's the truth. Like, most people just go by what they've always done or what they've been told by others, and so yeah, you know, a little bit of a struggle right here. So yeah, I don't hold it against her because I know she's stressed and everything. But what's really ironic is there is right above her head where she works, there is a big sign that says, "Please be respectful at all times and please speak in a respectful tone." But then she yells at customers and abuses them. So I see the irony there. I'm always polite to postal workers for the simple reason that they get a lot of abuse. Like, every time I go to the post office, there's always like an old guy complaining that it's taking time and everything, and it's always the same dude, like, or someone that looks very much like him at least, but it's always the same a stereotype of the guy pissed off because he's not getting served at the exact second he arrives, and it's always a man. Sometimes I've seen some women be frustrated as well, but it's always the same, that type of person complaining. And I always feel so bad for the postal workers having to deal with that guy, and so that's why I always try to be sweet and polite every time I go. No, I didn't make a complaint, and I don't want to make one either. Just because I know she is stressed out and everything. Because I used to go to that place every day, like almost every day, maybe a few times a week, but I go there all the time and I see the abuse they face, so I understand why she reacted that way. But yeah. Oh, you should be the international online. Yeah. Yeah, I do everything online though. I print my labels myself because I have a printer, and because I know it's saving them a lot of work. You basically just go there and put everything on the counter and you leave, and they scan it for you. So it's saving them a lot of work. And here we have a sign that says do that stuff by yourself and come with everything already labeled. We have a sign that says that, so I do that. But yeah. But yeah, with my small business, it's easier just to do everything myself. Yeah, a lot of people are not aware of that. Yeah, no, she doesn't get angry about that. I don't remember what she was yelling at me for exactly, but yeah, it was not a good time for either of us. Ow! Okay, my foot. Ah, sitting on my foot. Ow! That's a problem with being neurodivergent is you always end up like sitting on something wrong and then going numb, and then you realize that your ankle is quite in pain. And for a while you don't feel anything at all and you don't realize you're sitting wrong, but then you just switch your weight a little bit and then your whole foot goes numb and it hurts after that. Neurodivergence is a fun thing. For anyone who's neurotypical, you're missing out on all the fun things, all the pain and the struggle. I'm sorry. I'm delirious right now. It is a thing. Mm. So yeah, I do want to apologize again. I know that earlier today I had quite the situation here, but I think I might be doing better if I change the terms I go live on. Like if I change the subject of my live streams, it might help. I don't mind talking about crochet once in a while either, but I just don't want it to be the whole focus a lot of the time. I want to be talking about mental health, about skinny puppy, and about things like that. And yes, I know it's become a little bit of annoying subject on my streams because I always talk about skinny puppy, but that is how it is with special interests. To be honest, I don't even think I've talked about it enough. More skinny puppy. In my humble opinion, it should be everywhere. It should be widespread. On the skinny puppy Facebook group, someone was giving me crap about being too intense and about creeping out the guys from the band. So I made a post to be like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that, and I didn't mean to creep out the guys. And Ogre responded personally to say that they weren't creeped out, and he yelled about a bunch of people. He yelled at a bunch of people being disrespectful, and he even banned someone who was making fun of my skinny puppy socks, because I have skinny puppy socks. Those were official merch a few years ago. They had the socks with the red logo on it, like this logo, but in red. And yes, this is official merch as well. Um, when the pandemic started, they had a line of masks, and they have two different ones. They have the one with the Too Dark Park logo, which I just showed, and the Greater Wrong logo as well. And they had this in white and in red. Yeah, they were saying. Yeah, and Ogre made a whole big deal about the fact that he wanted me to keep expressing my feelings in the Facebook group. So I think he doesn't mind my posts, and the people were told off quite badly when you ban someone like that. Like, I feel for the guy who got banned by Ogre himself from his Facebook group. That's comedic gold right there. The guy makes fun of me for being a big fan. Oh, he was also complaining because I went to meet the guys with full on goth makeup, and he was like, huh, you're so elitist. Oh, yeah, he called me an elitist for wearing goth makeup at a goth concert. Yeah. So yeah, that's what happened. And so for all that stuff, I wasn't even mad about that. I was laughing at him, but Ogre banned him. And he was like, I am aware of one of these individuals, and they've been erased from this space. I know it's funny, but yeah, that's what happened. And I know I talk about I talk about that a lot, but it was just a very priceless moment. I might share the screenshots in the Discord actually. I will do that now. Or if you want, I'll just send it to you in your direct conversation as not to crowd the Discord server. Actually, I have a few conversations with Ogre. Not conversations, but comments. Where is it? Yeah. So this one. No, not this one. And this one with the whole band. Oh yeah, and this one with Kevin's wife. So yeah, just sent you a bunch of screenshots now. Yeah, uh-huh. Well, the guys, like they've said time and time again, they appreciate it when we interact in a positive manner because a lot of people are really abrasive and mean in this Facebook group. So, and I keep telling that to people, like the reason the guys love me is because I'm a positive influence in the group and I contribute in a nice way. I don't really tell anyone off unless they're being very how can I say this? If they're being an a butt basically, if they're being a big behind. I don't. I'm not mean to people usually, and I try to stay nice even to those who are a little um who are being a little bit annoying, if I can say it like that. And I will always try to explain things with kindness to people who might not fully understand Skinny Puppy and are criticizing without knowing. So I always have kind of that um, attitude towards things, and so while that gets me in a lot of trouble with people who are mad that they cannot be a host to everyone, well, the band appreciates that, and they know who I am. Like they are aware of my presence, and they've made a big deal out of letting me know that they appreciate it. So and I want that for every fan. I wish everyone had the same experience with the guys because it was really eye opening and quite nice to have that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I gifted one of my zombie kitties to Kevin Key, and he appreciated apparently. But yeah, right on top of his big cat pillow is what I gifted him. It's the fact that Ogre takes time out of his touring days to reply to me in that way means a lot. I keep joking that despite being aromantic, Ogre makes me question that quite a bit sometimes. Because when you receive replies such as this, it's really hard to not completely fall in love with him. So I've been joking about that quite a bit. So yeah, I love that man. Not in that way, obviously, but it was just funny to joke about that in the Facebook group for a while. Oh, it, especially the Grinch thing, like that was priceless. I even like took a screenshot of that specifically of him comparing himself to the Grinch and shared that everywhere. Okay, that's good. Um, I'm gonna take that opportunity to take a bathroom break, so I'll be right back. So yeah, I'll be right back in a second there. And I'm back. All right. I thought I would say that because it is funny, but did you know that chat in French means cat? So yeah, chat, chat. It's a cat. So a chat for me is a cat. So if you're chatting right now, you're catting. I apologize for the silliness. I just thought it was cute and funny, so I had to say it. Right now, I am just grabbing some eyes because I need to put them on. So I'm digging in my bin right now of amigurumi parts because I have a bin of pre-made stuff. That just makes it a little bit quicker here. So okay, so uh, last time I had the big concussion, I missed Lebanon Hanover, which is a goth band I quite enjoy. And so I was basically like, I spent months not being able to look at screens and struggling with that. So I'm hoping I'm going to be okay. I'll just have to wait a little bit, a few days to see if I'm feeling better. I had a concussion since the other day, but now it's getting a little bit worse. So yeah, I hope that it won't be as bad as last time, basically. I think this is 7 stitches apart. Yeah. Okay. And if I do this, I think the person who did the pattern placed the eyes a little bit closer together than what the pattern said. Because every time I've made this, the eyes always seem to be a little bit further apart than what it says. I don't know. So, 'cause right now I'm almost, oh, finished with the head. So that's good. Okay. So yeah, last time I missed a concert. I missed Lebanon Hanover, and so yeah, I spent months on the couch, not being able to play video games, not being able to use my phone too much. I still used it just a little bit less than I would usually, but I was really sick. Um, not like um, not like diseased or anything, but I was really out of it and loopy and everything. So I'm hoping it doesn't come to that. Is all I'm saying right now. Someone just posted something, and I think it's quite true. It says, how the F are you supposed to coexist with people that don't want you to exist? Because we often get criticism that we are divisive by dismissing people who don't like us. Like, I mean, trans people and marginalized people and everything. So, when, yeah, we often get criticism that we are divisive and that we're just drifting further apart and things like that. But it's very true. Like, how do you expect us to be nice to people who believe we shouldn't even be there and that spend their whole days trying to make it illegal to be us? So it was an interesting thought, and I think that often people uh, think we should be respectful and everything, but it stops applying as soon as they disagree with what's going on. Hi, you are hearing both of you? Both of who? Oh, the son and me. Okay. For a second there, I forgot you were talking to your son. So, yeah, I was talking about something I just saw on Facebook right now. So, yeah, that criticism that we often get that we're being divisive, it's just that for a lot of people who might not understand what it feels like to be marginalized, they might not get that. To us, it's really a struggle. Every day you see people you care about and who you really love who post very dismissive things on Facebook because they might have had misinformation, and so they believe all the BS they hear about hurting children and all that stuff, which are so not true, So, and then they go down that rabbit hole. I lost a friend to this recently, actually, because she believes that we are hurting young ones, and she decided to look into a very harmful organization that I will not be giving publicity to on this channel, but she's knee deep into it right now. She really supports that organization, and it's an organization that is basically anti trans. And so, yeah, that's really harmful, and it leads you to more and more. Uh, more and more rabbit holes and into being a part of the really you know a part of the bad stuff that is actually what is so divisive and hurtful, those who don't accept people as they are. So, you know I'm not sure I'm making quite a bit of sense here, so I apologize for that. I hope I'm being clear. He's having a nasty day. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, but yeah, my friend I was talking about, she's into so many rabbit holes. She's an anti-vaxxer now, and she gave me a bunch of crap about being vaccinated. But truthfully, even if I didn't want to, I would have to, because some of my family members are immunocompromised. My dad is on some chemo meds because he has RA, and so he has to take that. Um, So that makes him immunocompromised, and even RA itself makes you immunocompromised. So even if you're not on that medication, your system will struggle with infections and everything. So really, you have to be careful. So that's just the thing with that comes with it. But also, I want to be careful about that. So that's why I get my vaccines, because I don't want my dad to get sick or the other people around me who are immunocompromised, or just anyone, if that makes sense. Yeah. So, but my friend was giving me a bunch of BS about that, and she's kind of projecting her fears on me. And so that made me really sad, because it's a person who's very compassionate, and that's something that can happen to anyone, falling into rabbit holes, because you're bombarded with so many conflictual informations that can be scary. You come to a point where you don't even know what to believe and what to think anymore. And so, yeah, she is a very compassionate human and a very loving person. So it makes me really sad that she's going through this, and that I had to distance myself from her for my own mental health. Because realistically, I don't really want to be talking to a person who believes my rights aren't important and that I'm hurting children. Like, I cannot subject myself to that. That's abusive. So it makes me really sad what the world is coming to, because I just really want to be a loving, kind person people feel safe going to with their things. And I thought I was quite accepting of her, and I humored her for a little while, but nothing I said really made a difference. So I realized that it's not really gonna work. I cannot change her mind. Only she could do that. So yeah, that's something that makes me a little bit sad. I apologize. If you have any thoughts about that, I'd like to hear them. And yeah, because being divisive is never my goal. I'm always a person who doesn't mind educating people gently and guiding them towards things, resources, and everything. And I think I have been doing that quite well. So yeah, the accusations we always get about being divisive, that's just from people who don't really want to listen to you, and they've already made up their mind about you. Just be as supportive of you as you can within your boundaries. Yeah, and I also don't want to drop her, because people who get into those rabbit holes and everything oftentimes are very isolated. And that friend of mine, she lost her husband years ago, but she's really alone. Like, she has her children, but she doesn't really she's quite isolated. She has friends online and everything, but I think she's quite alone, and so it makes me sad. I don't want to leave her like that, because I know that's when things get really bad, and when you become uh really enraged and you start to believe the world is out to get you. So that's a reason want to I don't want to leave her alone, but also at the same time, I don't want to hurt myself for her well-being, because it's hurting myself. It's hurting me to see her starting to hate me, not me per se, but she's starting to hate who I am because of all the trans issues and everything. So, but she's a lovely friend, and I like her a lot. So, sorry. Ah, I'm sorry. The water doesn't seem to be wanting to go down the right path right now. But yeah, just know your own boundaries for sure. That's what I try to navigate. Just a second, I'm gonna go get my new skate now because I'm out of yarn. Um, okay, here we go. So, but yeah, it's just really difficult for me sometimes to be losing friends I care about. I know I can't control people. Like, I don't want to be doing that, obviously. It just comes to a point sometimes. And that's a problem with another person in my life who is not really part of my life anymore. But I have a cousin that every so often, Facebook lets you do that once a year, but she sends me friend requests every year as soon as the Facebook limitations are off. Because when you decline a Facebook friendship, you have one year where the person cannot send you a new request. So whenever that is up, she always sends me another one. And she always sends me messages. I don't know what I did to you. You don't want to talk to me. You're so superior, blah, 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 and things like that. And so, well, that cousin is racist and she's been posting a bunch of transphobic BS and things like that. So I don't even want to take the time to explain to her why I don't accept her friend requests, but she's being a little bit of a nasty human being, so I don't want to be dealing with that anymore. So I always decline and I don't reply to her messages, and I'm sure she talks behind my back to the whole family, but that's her problem. So yeah, it is up. It is up to her for sure. Uh oh, okay. Uh, and now we are stuffing the head. I have a bunch of black stuffing that I like to do the lining with, and then I stuff the rest with white, just because the black stuff I don't have a lot of, so I just try to be careful with what I use from that. Yeah, I won't block her though, because then I know what she's gonna say and what she's gonna do. I know she made a second profile a while ago, and she checks up on me that way. So at one point, blocking is only effective to a certain point. At that point, I just don't reply. I just ignore her. But yeah, she will know because you can't see the person's profile anymore when they block you. So yeah, I just ignore her really. I just let her think whatever she wants to think. From a cat? Oh, Michael's has these bags actually. It's from Loops and Threads. So at Michael's they have those. Um, they're quite nice, and I quite like them. Really nice quality, very squishy, perfect for plushies. And then I have, it's the same as this but in black. I use loops and threads stuffing because um polyfill is more expensive. So polyfill is great, but it's more expensive. They have the very very big bags, but yeah, I prefer the loops and threads anyway. I think the consistency is more adequate to the kind of stuffing I do. 6 hours away. Oh no, mine is like maybe 40 minutes away. I have one close to where I live. Well, close. That's the closest. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Can you like order online from them? Do they deliver? You could look at it because that black stuffing is available on the website. It wasn't for a while, but now it is. And yeah, I quite like it. I use it when I crochet anything black because it's easy to just make sure it doesn't show through the stitches. So I wouldn't. I would certainly think so, but I have to. Yeah, you have to have money. That's for sure. But yeah, now you know they do black stuffing, so it's a little bit more white. The cheeks are not full. I want to have full cheeks. Okay, let's finish this so I can put the eyes on. I'm so annoyed at myself right now because this right here, I didn't facilitate my task as much as I could have. So yeah, later today I'm gonna go to the convenience store because I don't have margarine anymore and I need that. And the grocery store just uh, just made the price quite higher for some reason. It was $3. It started out $2 because it was on sale for a little while. It was discounted, but now it's $3. It's $4, and the one at the convenience store is just a little bit cheaper than that. And what I save um, in like a few cents at a time is definitely worth it. So luckily, it's not a big walk. I'm talking about margarine. I know that's so interesting, right? I found out about the black stuffing from Alt Knots. They talk about a lot of um, scary Halloweeny things, gothy things. So that's how I found out that they had black stuffing at Michael's. Yeah, as soon as I finish this, I think I'm gonna end the stream after that because I'm getting hungry right now and I don't want to be adding to the annoyance of having a concussion because having pain and then getting hungry on top of that makes it a little bit more uh, intense, if that makes sense. So yeah, starting to get hungry there. So your only store charges double to triple. Why? That's mean. No grocery stores. Oh, yeah, that's how it is with smaller towns. Or yeah, I used to live in such a town. Like we had one grocery store, two corner stores, and that was pretty much it. and everything that ever opened in that town has closed like a year after that. So everything that was open when I used to live there is closed now. We had we had a candy store that was quite cool, but it closed, and uh, the management changed and they opened it in a different place. But goodness, that store was good. Like for $1, you got a little bag of full of candy, and bigger chocolates and everything would be $2. And like when you would buy those chocolates at $2 for a bag, you were quite rich, you know. You had your allowance or something. I bought so much of it because when I was a kid, my mom passed when I was 12, and so I would get money from the government for being half orphaned. You get a little bit of money that they send to your other parent when that happens. And so, yeah, I got money for that as a kid. My dad would give it to me instead of keeping it for himself, which was cool, but also means that at that age, all you want to spend that on is a bunch of candy. So I just got a bunch of candy in exchange for being an orphan, half orphan. Oh, yeah, interesting. But yeah. Like really, I didn't understand the concept of saving up. I would just it was about $40 or something. No, $60 I would get every month for that. And so my dad would give that to me. And so instead of saving up for college, I bought candy. That's ADHD for you sometimes. You just want the cool stuff. But yeah, that's the thing. Not many people realize, but there's a not a legal, but like an official status of being half orphaned when one of your parent passes, and so the government sends your other parent a little bit of money to compensate for the loss of income towards that child. You know, if that makes sense. So which is like $60 a month, doesn't really do anything to help. But my dad has had a good job, so he didn't see the use for that. So that's why I got that money. He was not gonna do like, hey, you know, government, I don't need that, so keep it to yourself. No, of course, and that's still good for me because usually you would send that for college or something. So yeah. All right, so now I can weave that in, cut that and weave that in. It's gonna do that real quick, and after that, I will go eat or buy things to eat. But okay, my thing here doesn't want to. Okay, so sometimes PDFs are a little bit. Yeah, at least I had that. I would probably have been buying candy still. You know, I would go to uh, the convenience store, and I would get you know those ice creams, those big ice creams that you get from the freezer. I don't remember the name of those. Oh, drumsticks. They're called drumsticks. So I would get the new flavor of that, which was those chocolates with bubbles inside. That was that flavor. So yeah, I got that. I would get that for myself in the winter time specifically because I used to like eating ice cream outside in the winter time when it was like minus 20 degrees for some weird reason. Three Musketeers. I don't know what that is, but yeah, they're called drumsticks, and yeah, they had a bunch of different flavors. They had a big one with nuts, and they had smaller ones which are just uh, a cone with a cone shaped top, ice cream top. Like instead of being a swirl, it's just a cone. So, and they had like a bunch of different flavors. They have strawberry, which I quite like actually, and I still get it from time to time. So, yeah, drumsticks are really good. Okay, and now you pull. I said pull. Please pull. I'm sorry, I'm getting mad at my crochet here. It's not wanting to do what I want. It's not pulling. It's not pulling. Okay, and then you do the double knot. It doesn't matter. That's gonna be covered anyway. So one, two, and three. I'm gonna show that to you before I go. Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm a bit confused as to where to put the tail right now because the round is like one, two, three. You're supposed to sew it at the third row, but the third row is not where it's supposed to be. So right now, I think I'm just confused about things. This is how big the head is. So as you can imagine, this is a big bat. But yeah, I have a bunch of them to make. You're supposed to dry your hair that way? Oh, yeah. Well, it freezes though. They were much better when you were a kid. Yeah, they changed all the formulas, right? Yeah, they were bigger. Everything was bigger and better. That's the shrinkflation we call that. When something is bigger and cheaper, and then it becomes tiny and really expensive. That's the shrinkflation. So, all right. Now I'm gonna get ready to go to the store. And so I want to thank you all for joining my stream. I know this was quite a ride. Thanks for being patient with me. I'm sorry I had such. I felt like I kind of was telling people off, but that's not what my intentions were. I'm just really trying to change the way I stream to make it easier for everyone and for myself because I am struggling at the moment. Yeah, so I think I'll delete my previous post, my previous community post, because it had kind of a mean tone to it. But yeah, that comes from my friend actually. The term shrinkflation. That's the person who taught me about that. My friend who I was having problems with, who I told you about. So yeah. Yeah, but also I don't want to be turning down income, so it's quite of a moral struggle. I try to do it in a way that will both be good for me and the viewers, which is like, I do like to do a lot of mental health chat, but you're one of the very few people who enjoys that. So a lot of people come in here, and as soon as they hear me talk about that stuff, they ask me 20 questions about crochet because they don't want to hear about the other stuff, which is fine. I understand that. But also, um, I'm kind of an intellectual, not looking down on anyone saying that, but I mean that I like to talk about very deep subjects a lot of the time, and I like to talk about things I'm passionate about, and so yes, I do enjoy crochet, but it's getting a little bit heavy to be like, oh, I made this and I made that and this and that, and talking about yarn weights for 20 minutes, which I do enjoy. It's one of my special interests, but it's just a little bit tedious to be repeating myself over and over again, if you know what I mean. Like, I do enjoy streaming, but yeah, I felt like every 5 seconds I would go, oh, I am making this, by the way, by this person, and then providing 20 links, if that makes sense. Yeah, you like chatting about anything. That much is clear to me, of course. And I enjoy that. So thank you for that. You've been very lively, and you've been contributing to my channel quite a bit. So thank you for your chat. I appreciate that very much. So yeah, I'm not trying to complain about people coming in. It's just, I think I'm not really cut down for streaming, but I still want to do it, and I still like it, and I kind of still need to do it because this is my, I keep saying that this is my primary source of income, but yeah, you're a babble mouth. I am too. I can be too sometimes. And yeah, so what I'm trying to say is like, yeah, I understand where people are coming from when they tell me that, like, that I should focus on other things instead. I do understand that, and I know where it's coming from. It's just not really a possibility for me. And yes, there are other ways a person can make money, but like, those are all things I've been doing for months anyway. Like, I have all my yarns for sale, and I have like 60 items on Marketplace. Marketplace is not a viable source of income. I think I talked about this earlier, but like, out of the 60 items I have up right now, I get contacted maybe a few times a week, and like, people ghost you all the time on that app. It's crazy. So people will tell you, yeah, 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 I'm coming today, and then you never hear from them again. That's Marketplace, basically. I used to have all my clothing stuff on Poshmark, but the problem with Poshmark is, if I sell boots for $150, I make $90 out of that. So that's not an option for me. That's why I was, yeah, eBay takes a huge percentage as well, and eBay has a policy that if they don't trust you, it takes you 2 months to get your money, because they have to confirm that the sale was really for you, and blah 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 blah. But yeah, sometimes it can take up to 2 months for them to send you your funds. So that's why I've been avoiding eBay. And a bunch of my friends have had problems with eBay. Like, someone on my Facebook is having problems with them. She didn't get her funds from a big sale she made. So yeah, she didn't get it for a few months, and after that, eBay was like, "Is this really your account? Because you have had a high sale volume, and we don't believe this is really you. So, please confirm that blah blah blah." And then in a while, we will be able to maybe send you your funds. And so it was a back and forth and a bunch of BS basically. I'm not quite sure I remember everything that went on with her. Really? She's been on there for a while too, but she had one big sale that was higher than the other amount, like a few $100s, maybe. I'm not quite sure the exact amount, but after selling one item for a very high price, then she started having problems with eBay, and they didn't want to send her funds. So yeah, that's why I've been keeping clear from eBay. So, but I'll look into it. I don't. I've not really tried selling on it that much. Oh, that there's also the fact that on eBay, I would basically. The thing is with Marketplace, I don't have to use my real name. Don't ask me again. No, I don't want to have a PIN number. But the thing with eBay is that they use emails, don't they? I think they use emails. I'm not sure. I know that for my small business, whenever someone asks for invoice or something, I do have to use my real name because PayPal only allows you to use that. So that's one other reason why I try to do my personal sales on Marketplace. Um, like, unless the person lives in a different place, they don't have to see my real name. We can just like use direct payment if they come get their stuff here. So unless I directly have to send something to them through PayPal, uh, I can just use Canada Post, and they will only see my business name. Like, they'll see the Crafty Silent Lamb, which was my previous name. Oh yeah, yeah. On PayPal you have your username, but it requires you to have your legal information as well. So if people click on my PayPal account, for example, they will see Winter Nightmare Crochet, which is my business, because I have a business account with PayPal. But um, okay, I'll just check that for a while. Because I can't seem to reach my personal page. But for example, no, that's not what I want. I want my PayPal. I cannot see my personal PayPal page for some reason. Do you know where I click to see that? Because whenever I do that, okay, account settings. No, I want my personal page. But I just know that in my settings, I'm obligated to use the name that is on my ID. Uh, Okay, my roommate is being a bother right now. My roommate is asking me to give someone something, but I have to go out soon, so I'm just like, when? Okay, right now I'm just really trying to see. But okay, business information. No, I just want to see my page. I want to see my business page. I can't click it at the corner there. It's non-clickable. It just says Winter Nightmare Crochet, but I cannot click it. Oh, you don't know either? That's great. Oh my goodness. That's annoying. Okay. Is there a way I can like use a search engine somewhere to do that? But yeah, in my settings, I read all the things. Okay, profile settings maybe? No, it's just a blank page. Why is profile settings a blank page? I'm sorry, I'm talking about random PayPal BS right now. But yeah, people only see your business name. Okay, that's weird because right now I even chatted with an employee about this, and they told me I absolutely had to use my own name for this, because like it says Winter Nightmare Crochet, right? That's the name of the business, but then on my personal information I have to have my actual name. um if I click on change, I have to have my legal name. It says you've legally changed your name. I have to actually select that, but I have not done that. So yeah, it requires me to have that. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not making much sense. But in any case, I have my email account, and the email account that is linked to my bank account has to be my birth name. That not the PayPal thing. I mean my actual Canadian bank account. My Desjardins. I mean that one is obligated to be with my the email that has my birth name in it. And I've tried to change it, and they changed it back to the old one because I don't know why. I just don't understand why they. You should be able to have any email, but for some reason they don't want to change that. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but when I tried to change it, it didn't let me do that. So I'm sorry, I'm struggling right now. I'm not good with um
Elle m'a dit qu'il vient de sortir de chez elle, donc elle habite au Mont-Royal, plateau Mont-Royal. Je suppose que ça vaut 30 minutes en voiture. Si ça te convient, les bottes, ils sont juste quand tu vas rentrer dans ma chambre, c'est juste à droite. Ils sont dans un grand centre blanc. C'est des bottes de la marque Baja. Tu prends 70. Tu prends 70 et tu mets dans les bottes. Ça marche pas là. Mais ça, c'était pas prévu cet après-midi normalement. On m'a dit qu'il vient de sortir de chez elle, qu'il habite Mont-Royal.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I had to do something for my roommate. He's being a little bit of a bother right now. He's complaining. He wants me to give something to a woman who's coming here, so I can't even go out to get my food right now, because he doesn't know when the woman will be here. So yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just complaining right now. And when we got it, we were able to get your business name. But yeah, my friend was told that she had to wait 2 months to receive her funds. Yeah, my roommate is really annoying. And he says, "Oh, I'm sorry, this is exceptional." But no, you should have told me before, dude. But yeah, he wants me to put 70 of something inside the boots, and I don't understand why. And he's not replying right now, so I don't know what he's expecting me to do. If he's asking me to put $70 in the boots, I'm not doing that. I don't have that money. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure what he wants. I've actually have a channel set up. You've not been able to do anything. Okay, I'm missing some things. Where did I leave this? On PayPal, we were able to get. Okay, I read that. I okay. The reasons behind that. Yeah, it's a legal institution. I get it, but also it's just an email address. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, they do require your name to be registered as the business owner. No, they cannot hide it from the public. That's what I checked in. Um, what I remember. What I remember is I don't know what the word is for what I'm searching for, but uh, what I remember anyway is that I had to be to show my legal name even on my business profile for safety reasons and for legal reasons. Even if like my business name is certainly displayed, it says Winter Nightmare Crochet on there, but when I read the thingy, it says that my my name will be displayed to customers. So when I sell something, I have my name, and my business email has to be the one that is with my bank account or something. I didn't understand that part. That's what that last part about my email is what an employee from PayPal told me. I don't know the stuff behind that. I've not checked into the settings or anything. That's just from when I chatted with one of their customer service representation. Okay. Okay. He wanted me to sell the boots for $70. Okay, I understand now. Anyway, I'm frustrated because my roommate wants me to sell his boots, but yeah. Um okay, so yeah, I chatted to a customer rep person, and he told me because I wanted to change my email to be my winter email. Like I have my last name on that and my chosen name, which is Winter. I wanted to change it to that, but he told me that I could get in legal trouble if I changed my email to that. So you can change your email anytime or have an email account be shut down. Yeah, that's odd. I don't know why he said that to me either, because I used to have my that email on my PayPal account, my winter email, my my chosen name email. I used to have that, but when I chatted to a guy, to the customer service people, the guy told me that it had to be that one specifically, my the one with my legal name, which is completely weird because that's just an email address, you know. All you receive from that is mail messages. So I don't get why it has to be that specific one. I really don't get it. That's what he said to me. And he said that if I wanted to have my winter email, I would have to make another PayPal account with like a personal PayPal account. That's what he told me. So, and I was just like, that makes no sense, dude. But whatever. I don't want to get in trouble, so I guess people will know me by my dead name. So I really don't understand. I'm baffled too. Um, but I'm telling you, that was, yeah, businesses change their names all the damn time. You know, I don't get it. Do I still have that chat? Let's see. 'Cause I want to see what he told me. Or he or she, I don't know. Or they, maybe. I don't know their pronouns. But yeah, the customer rep person. Do I have access to old messages from there? I want to know. I want to know what they told me. Okay, no, I don't. All my closed cases have been removed from there. Custom messages. No, that's not what I want. My help center. I'm at a loss here. I might try to look this up actually because I think maybe were they out of country? Who, the customer service person? Maybe, I don't know. It was a web chat, like a typed out chat. It was not voice chat or video chat. It was all written. So we were yeah, we were talking just like that. So ouch. So I don't know where they are from, but it might be possible that they were transphobic also. Who knows? Sometimes you get employees lying to you about things because not with PayPal specifically, of course. Oh, I'm able to see my messages. Great. Okay, I want to know now what they told me. This conversation has been closed. Thank you for allowing us to address your concerns today. It was a pleasure. Messaging with you, dead name. See, dead name here. And I did tell you it was winter, so. No worries, we are blah, 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 blah. I see other merchants, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's a separate one. Okay, I think. Oh, okay, that's the right one. Okay, Steve. Okay, that's why I thought it was a guy. It's Steve. I know those are just generic names they're using. On the lost side. Yeah, I viewed your account and see you're accepting business payments, blah, 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 blah. I could file a ticket, blah, blah, blah. If you open a separate account, you need to use a different email. Payments are directed to account through the email, so each must be different, okay? Yeah. But the email on this account has to be your primary one or whatever. I'm not sure I understand what he says because it's typed out weirdly here. But yeah, I think maybe that person was not a primary English speaker for some reason. But yeah, he said that I couldn't use. What I understood from that is that I couldn't use my new email on this account. I'm not sure what he's saying really. I'm sorry, I'm having a difficult time reading now. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try to change it and see what happens because really I dislike having my dead name on there, so I'm just gonna change it. um not my dead name, my email, I mean. I'm just gonna change it and see what happens because the guy wasn't really making much sense, to be honest. Oh, you can have more than one. You can have one more than one email address attached to your account, but you have to have a primary one. And I think what the guy was saying is that my primary address had to be the one with my old name, but I'm calling BS on that. I don't know why he was saying that, if that's even what he was trying to say, or if I understood correctly. I might not have understood that well. Edit. I cannot edit my personal address. Okay, I can add one though. Yeah, that's what he was saying. I can't edit that. But if I add one, can I edit it after? I think so. Unconfirmed. Okay, so I have to confirm that, obviously. Let's go to emails then. Confirm winter. Confirm your email address. Confirm your email. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Log in. Your email has been confirmed. Okay. Now I go to settings, account settings. I'm so sorry. I struggle so much with understanding legal things and account things and settings and all of that. So I know that maybe a lot of the things I believe or I think are real might not even be what I think they are, but okay, and right now it's not wanting to connect me to my account. Okay, I don't know if it's internet being a slowpoke right now, but PayPal is not cooperating with me. Yeah, it's not wanting to go on my account page. The hamster is running, but it's... Okay, it's just slow. It's just a little slow. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit freaked out sometimes. So, okay, I want this to be my primary address. Perfect. Okay, now it is my primary address. And so customer stuff and everything should be going to that instead. Hopefully. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to burp so loudly. Secrets to staying organized. Sorry, that's just Etsy email I received. They're trying to tell me my organization could help a little could get a little help, and they are not wrong with that. I sure could help. I sure could use the help with organizations. Okay. Mm. I was in my PayPal. You do have multiple accounts listed. Yeah, I just changed it successfully, I think. Oh yeah, it still keeps your personal name. Yeah, that's the thing that I realized when I made my business PayPal account. And also, another friend of mine told me that when you make different PayPal account, you have to use a different bank account associated with it. You can't have more than one PayPal on one specific bank account. Well, that's what my friend told me, so I don't know if it's true. This wasn't told to me by a PayPal employee or anything, so I'm not sure if it's the case, but so if I wanted to have a separate personal PayPal, I would have to open a separate bank account as well, apparently. No, that's okay. I can do the research for that. I don't care enough to actually make another bank account. But yeah, it's just a little bit annoying because PayPal really checks everything going on with business accounts very thoroughly, if that makes sense. Like for a while, my transactions were being declined, and it was sending messages to my customers that I was not a safe account. And I talked to a customer rep person about this, and they said that this was a recurring issue that was happening with business accounts. They were being declined, and they were tagged as scam for random reasons. So that was happening, and it's not happened since then. So that's good. But yeah, they were detecting spam and scams just randomly like that, and it was causing a lot of issues. So she told me she would be escalating it higher up, and since then I've not had any issues with it. But yeah, better safe than sorry, of course. But they have an automatic filter for scams. So if they detect that something seems off with your sale or your invoice, because when you do PayPal goods and services and such, you do an invoice sent by email to your customer. So when you do that, if they detect something wrong with it, the filters, I mean, if they detect something wrong with that, they can um, they can block it and everything. So I'm sorry, I know I'm not making a lot of sense. I have quite a bit of brain fog at the moment and I'm hungry, but I can't go buy food because my roommate decided that I was selling his boots. Better safe than. Okay, I read that already. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna stay on until the person comes to get their things. I'm just gonna check real quick. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait until 4:30. If at 4:30 she's not here, then I'm gonna leave because yeah, I'm not gonna wait all night for that person to come buy the boots. Then poop on her. No, I will poop on him for being an a hole. He says he's still waiting for her to give news on that about the boots. So, but he has not updated me. Just listening to Skinny Puppy right now playing is Burnt with Water. Okay, I'm hearing things in the hallway. I'm just gonna go check real quick. Because I don't even know when she's coming by. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm a bit. Yeah, both of them. But the thing is, like, he told her to come get the boots, and then he told me about it, and he didn't even check first. So I'm quite tempted to just leave. Actually, I don't want to be an a for that, but also I don't want him to walk all over me. So yeah, I will be keeping $10 out of that $70, and I'll say sorry, but I was gonna go out and I'm hungry right now, so unless I wanna eat my things without margarine, I have like I have a sandwich, I have a bunch of rice, but plain white rice is boring, so I add stuff to that. I add margarine usually, which I said earlier that I usually do. Um. Oh. Oh goodness, my brain fog is so bad right now. I might not publish this live because I know it can be a little bit triggering for people to watch that. Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Um. I'm just not really in a very good place right now. I'm sorry about that, everyone. I'm just so hungry, but I have to wait for that person. Yeah. Yeah, I like rice too, but I've been eating that for months at a time. Like, rice is primarily what I eat, so it's not really good nutritionally for me to only be eating rice all the time. Yeah, I can't because I have ARFID, and when I eat my things in a different way than I usually eat, sometimes I can gag or become like sick or want to throw up. So that's why I can't make food without that. I need to have it in there. Yeah. So yeah, I know, I'm sorry, I know I sound like a baby, but ARFID is a really big problem with food. It has very specific things to it. So like when you change as much as a little thing on a meal, then suddenly you can't eat that anymore. It's very annoying, but that's what ARFID is. Like, my diet is so restricted. I cannot even eat like cooked vegetables in any way. Um, I can't even eat cooked vegetables without gagging. I can't eat eggs in most forms. Like, I can have some in a cake mix, but I can't eat I can't eat omelets. I can't eat anything. I can't even have French toast because I still feel too much of the egg in it. So I've talked about this a little bit in the past. It's an eating disorder, and it's often associated with autism and with trauma, which is an aversion for it's an aversion for food in general. And so a lot of people who have ARFID are just averse to the consumption of food in general. And no, it's not just a texture thing. It's not a texture thing. It's an eating disorder that has to do with the consumption of food. A lot of autistic people have that related to sensory problems. Like, for me, it's a sensory issue, a lot of things, but it's not texture, it's everything sensory. Like, I can't, like I said, I can't handle the smell of beef. And so whenever that is cooking on a stove or something, the smell like makes me want to gag. And I have the same problem with garlic and onions. If there's some of that cooking, like, I'll gag and I won't be able to eat. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful about that. I'm just trying to explain, but yeah, it's basically an eating disorder, and yeah, you get a lot of sensory things with it, but it goes so far as to be environmental factors too. Like, if I change just a small thing, be it the lighting or whatever, then suddenly I cannot eat anymore. Like, I can't eat when the room is too dark. Cause then it gives me, like, it makes me panic if I'm not seeing the food properly. Like, I have to have at least bright lights or something. Not very bright, just I have to have lights, to have significant lighting in the room while I eat, and that's also part of ARFID. But another one is I can't eat at a table. That's because I have some trauma issues related to that. But okay, I understand what you mean. But yeah, ARFID can also be that being like averse to the consumption of food or not wanting to consume food. That can also be that. But yeah, I have a lot of sensory problems with it. And yeah, so much as eating at the table is not something I do. I will eat anything. Yeah, it's terrible, right? Eating in the dark, I've never been able to do that. Not even ambient lighting, like if you're watching a movie and turn down the lights, then I can't eat. Popcorn is okay in a movie theater, just because you can see very well with the bright screen pointing at you. But yeah, at home it's a thing. And yeah, I can't eat at a table. I eat anywhere. I eat in my bed. I eat in my couch. I eat at my desk, but not at the table. So I can't eat in front of people I don't know either. Yeah, I have the opposite problem actually. Um, since my diet is so restricted, a lot of the foods I'm able to eat are uh are sorry are not really healthy. So because of that, I weigh like 300 pounds. Oh, I will never go there. That sounds like a bad time. But yeah, I'm really hungry right now, and I'm almost contemplating making a sandwich without margarine. But I also know that I'll be feeling like crap if I do that. It's a struggle sometimes because if I go to a person's house and they're cooking something I can't eat because of our food, like I will starve myself and I will not eat at all. It's better to do that for me than to want to throw up all day. So yeah, I go to my relatives sometimes and I just pretend like I'm sick or I don't want or I'm not hungry. Like yeah, and people are like, "Are you sure you're not hungry, dear? Here's some food I can't eat." So yeah, because of that, I don't really go out to people's houses very much. Yeah, Carnation Instant Breakfast Boost Powder. Yeah, yeah, you might have ARFID. If you have a psychiatrist or something, maybe it would be worth it to talk about that to see. Yeah, but yeah, it's a struggle for sure. Food is like my worst enemy right now. But also, I weigh 300 pounds. Like, I couldn't complain about that. But I have quite the opposite problem. The only foods I don't have an aversion to are like really, really bad. Okay, I'll spell it for you in the chat. It's avoidant restrictive food intake disorder, and it's a common comorbidity with autism and ADHD and a bunch of um, basically most neurodivergents have that as a comorbidity. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm too hungry. Like, I'll eat the disgusting sandwich right now without butter or without margarine. Yeah, yeah, that's the same with me too. I lost a little bit of weight a few months ago because I went without eating for days at a time, so I lost like 40 pounds doing that. I gained back some of it. But yeah, it's a struggle because I can only eat so little things. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta grab something right now. Okay, we will be making sandwiches on live stream. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'll be making food while I stream, and we would just have to cover that with a bunch of mustard. This is gonna be really tasteless, so. Huh. I was also getting excited about getting myself some stuff, some food stuff. But it turns out my roommate is a poop head, so gotta hit the bathroom. Do I even have a knife? Okay, I have my knife here. Okay. Cooking show, everyone. Red. I still have two over there, but to be honest, I am so starving right now that I might eat all of them. Okay, let's cut this open. And since I'm too lazy to get a butter knife for the mustard, I'll just be spreading it with this knife instead. I'm just gonna put a bunch of mustard on there. Hopefully, it will make things a little bit less unappealing. Because I put my sandwiches in the microwave and I heat them up a little bit because otherwise the bread gets really hard. I'm sorry, I'm picking this with my teeth, but the corner was stuck. Eh. And we have the pull tab here. And so, okay, what was I saying? Oh yeah, usually when I heat this in the microwave, it becomes really stiff and really weird. So that's why I put margarine on there, and also for taste because yeah, sandwiches with butter or margarine are way better than those without, So, I have food banks close by. You can register to them, and you have access to one meal a month. Not one meal, but one basket or whatever. I don't know the name of the specific unit of food they give you, but you have access to that once a month. Most of them function that way. Otherwise, you have to go with an independent organization that does that distributes food, and then you might be able to do it more than once. But yeah, once you've used up your one time a month, then yeah, then you have to have a. I think some places might do a little bit more than once a month, so I'm not quite sure. But the ones I know about, that's what they do. The ones close by to where I live anyway. And some of them will only give that to you if you don't already use a service from another food bank. Yeah. Usually I get that quite early, like in the month, because when I just pay rent, that's when I lack the money to buy food. So usually that is what happened. Like in the first week of the month is when I usually need it the most, if that makes sense. And since I have a little bit of control issues with food, I eat a lot, and the problem with that is also that you don't decide what the foods you have are. You get handed something basically. Well, in most places, like I said, if you're going with an independent organization, sometimes you may be able to filter out some of the things like people with allergies and such might get a little bit more choices. But yeah, hey, it's winter, I'm difficult, I don't eat this and this and this. That's not gonna work well for that. So I don't choose what I get, you know? So there are a lot of things from there that will be limiting for me. So that reduces, even if I get those foods, I cannot eat them. So that reduces what I get in a sense. So I don't know if I'm making any sense right now. Like, people will assume that it's a luxury to be cutting out certain foods. Um, but when you have ARFID, it's not me being picky and choosy. Like, if I eat those things, I actively gag and throw up. So yeah, it's not just me being picky and choosy. I really cannot, if that makes sense. I'm just gonna heat that up real quick. Because right now I prefer melted cheese. Okay. So yeah, melted cheese is better for me. Um, Obviously not health wise. I mean mouth wise. I prefer melted cheese. But but um yeah. So but yeah, a lot of people in my surroundings, like in my family and whatnot, and on Facebook are saying, but you're poor, you can't afford to be picky and to complain about the food you get. Just eat whatever you have. So you get a lot of judgment when you have orphid for that reason, because people don't understand that you just don't eat those things. You just put them in your mouth and chew them and swallow them, but that's not how it is. Like, if you have that disorder, if you force yourself to eat them, you will just get sick. And it will, okay, I'm sorry, this is gonna be graphic. It will end up on the floor, all disintegrated from, I'll be right back. Just going to get the sandwich. I try to advocate for ARFID a little bit because it's an issue unknown from many people. I'm sorry, my gum is in the way. Okay. And this is really good right now. This is a cheese and chicken sandwich, but it doesn't have any butter. Yeah, it's decent, but it's missing something. Yeah, that's why I talk to people about ARFID a lot, because a lot of people don't understand about it, and they assume that we're just being picky eaters. But yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's mostly because, like I said earlier, when that specific bread is eaten up, it becomes really stiff. Right now, it's not so much of a problem. That one seems to be good and squishy, but sometimes it gets really stiff, and like the moisture from the margarine melting makes it nice. So, yeah. Okay, I'll send a message to my roommate because the lady has not come yet. Because, like, it's been an hour now, and she hasn't shown up yet. So I'm like going. Oh, I have that, but yeah, I hope though. I hope so. I hope that you're able to talk to your doctor about this, because it gets um really hard for people who don't know they have that. And like, I used to have a friend who, she would refuse to eat anything at all, and it wasn't because she didn't want to, but like, she couldn't eat, and she felt like she couldn't eat. She didn't have much of an appetite at all, but she would go days without eating anything, so that she didn't know. And that can cause some serious health issues. But sometimes you just eat whatever you can, like, as long as you're able to swallow it, you eat it when you have orphan. That's what happens. Mm-hmm. Same. Same. Whenever someone is cooking food that I'm not eating, I cannot deal with that. The worst are, like I said, beef, anything with eggs, garlic, onions, anything that has a lot of smell to it, really. Hmm. I like shakes as well. For that reason, you want to know something about Ogre again? Just tell me, because I keep talking about him, but I have an interesting fact about Ogre that is relevant to this topic. Of all things, oh, brownies are good though. Yeah, yeah, the smell is really intense. Like, but yeah, one thing about Ogre, he talked about this in the PETA ad thing he did. He did a sort of an ad for PETA a long time ago, maybe like 20 years ago or something. But he was talking about food issues, and for a big number of years, he was actually only able to eat baby foods. So all he would ever eat was baby food, and he would just, yeah, he would be averse to everything else, basically. And so I kind of think he might have ARFID. I bet you didn't know that about Ogre. Oh, you've heard that before. Yeah, but yeah. And after that, he became a vegetarian for a while. But then he had some health issues, and which caused him to change his diet. So right now, he's not a strict vegetarian or anything. But yeah, he's. I just think maybe yeah, people in the Facebook group get so mad when they hear that he's not vegan. They will fight you to death about that. They're like, "Oh, how can an animal advocate can be so blah 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 blah?" And you're just like, "Come on, neurodivergent folks. We all struggle with food and everything. Just let the man eat whatever he wants." Yeah, people are really annoying with that. That lady the other day threw a fit because um, a store, an online store, no, not an online store, it's a physical store. Um, it's an alternative fashion store, posted boots they had sold Ogre years ago, like the fiery boots. They're like orange and everything. Ogre had signed his left boot and left it at the store after wearing it for a while. And so he left it there to be shown in their collection, their famous people collection or something. And so a lady got hung up about, is this fake leather? Is this vegan leather? The guys would never wear something that is leather. And she got so angry. Hi, Don. No, that's okay. This was quite a ride, actually. I explained people why I wasn't gonna do crochet and chat anymore. And what I was explaining, I'm just gonna do a quick recap for you, is that I was getting overwhelmed with that, and it was causing me to have meltdowns on camera, and so I realized that actually I didn't want to be doing that anymore. So I'm still gonna crochet. I'm still gonna crochet on camera, but I'm not gonna be focusing on it anymore. I might talk sometimes a little bit about orders and things I have going on with my business, but that's not gonna be the main thing I focus on. I'm not gonna be showing off what I'm working on every 5 seconds and such like I used to. I realized that it was a little bit energy consuming and in a bad way for me. It led me to okay, so my roommate is gonna ask the lady. She didn't leave notice or anything. She didn't get back to him about the boots. But yeah, so that's why initially, that's why I wanted to do the show and tell of my plushies. I was trying to switch it up a little bit, but then I waited an hour before going on stream. Well, no, I waited like 40 minutes, in the lobby thingy that happens before you stream. And then I did another 20 minutes streaming and no one showed up. But as soon as I changed the title to crochet and chat, everyone started showing up immediately after. So I realized, okay, people just don't want to see my plushies, so I'm not gonna do that. And so I got frustrated with that. And to be honest, I think it's just because I didn't want to do a crochet and chat. I was just excited about switching it up, and I had something planned out and everything. And I was a bit upset that people didn't want that. But like I said, I understand that's not everyone's cup of tea, and I totally get that. So I also, okay, okay. And so I understand that's not everyone's cup of tea. And yeah, I didn't want to be pushing that on people, but also I was just excited to be doing something else, really. And yeah, so I think I'm just gonna try to see if I can come up with anything people will be interested in. But I also want to talk about a bunch of topics. No, that's okay. You don't have anything to be sorry about. I hope you had good sleep, Dawn. I'm just gonna say, like, I hope you had good sleep and that you are well refreshed and everything. I also talked about a bunch of mental health issues. Oh, yes, you're Canadian. Yeah, for sure. Canadians always have to apologize. We are wired that way. Opening up deep bread. Okay. Putting all the mustard. It's built in our DNA. And the funniest part about that is that most of the time we don't really mean it. Unless we're apologizing to a friend or something. But if, like, don't get mistaken, people, we are very friendly and nice and blah blah blah. Those stereotypes are mostly true as long as we're talking to a tourist. If we're talking to another Canadian, we're not as nice. Uh, I'm just gonna say that. But also, like, most of the time, we just say sorry as it's kind of an automatic thing. We don't really think about it. We're not sorry out of our minds if we bump into someone in the street. So sometimes it's not really a sincere sorry, I'm really sorry. It's more like a, oh, sorry, you know. Some of them do abuse that system a little bit, but I'm a sorry person. Like, if I could disappear from the sidewalk to let someone by, I would do it. I would erase myself if I could, just to let them through and then reappear. But you can't really do that, so you know. So I'm about to sneeze. Yeah, we're being silly Canadian goose. That's what we are. We're silly Canadian geese. Okay, heating up this sandwich again. I need to heat up food. I think like heating up cheese changes the flavor of it so much when it melts. It is better. It's greasy and it's good. We can wait 50 feet away. Yeah, I do that too. I do that. I will wait an uncomfortable amount of time to hold a door for someone. Kind of just awkwardly. And the person is like, thank you, and runs away. I do that. Okay, the person is here, so hey, I'm just gonna be back. I'm gonna mute myself real quick. It doesn't fit her. The boots don't fit. So now I have to tell my roommate that the boots do not fit. What did I miss here? Your message didn't come through. He put an interesting perspective on things. Oh, I'm missing messages. Am I missing messages? Oh, okay. I'm just gonna go get my second sandwich because I am starving here. Oh, food. Holy food. Okay. Now I am going to eat this. You're still here. Is YouTube experiencing some kind of lag? I still see both of you. Okay, you don't see any new messages. Violet is chatting. But yeah. Or leather. Um there might be something going on. So it says you two Don, he put an interesting perspective on things, but I don't see the message you're replying to. So yeah, the chat is doing weird things. It's witchy things, that's what's happening. Weird things at play here. Okay, my roommate is not happy about the boots. Um I will deal with this later when he comes home. Hi, welcome in, Moonrose. And a guy named Tyler, excuse me. Uh, who's Tyler? You can't put this guy's name in the chat. I'm not sure why. Last name is Bucket. Oh, is it because it's trying to link it? Hold on. I know what the issue is. That's because usernames come out as links. So what does Tyler do? Huh. Oh yeah, I know him. It's American reacts to Canadian things basically. Mm-hmm. I've seen his stuff. He's priceless Canada. That guy is a little bit of ignorant person when it comes to Canadian things. So um but I bet I can do it. Because yeah, when you type out someone's username, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I can. See, when I do it, it works. Um, but yeah, I've seen a few of his short videos. Yeah, no, a lot of people don't know about Canada. Mm. A lot of what they're thought is America centric, so they kind of are ignorant to the rest of the world in a way. And so people in the States will often tell you things like, and I'm not targeting anyone specifically here, just as a general thing. And people in the States will tell you things as, oh, you could just do this, or go to this store, or apply to that program, or things like that. But they will all be things that are not available in Canada. And so they don't know that it's not that it's different here and in other countries. And that seems to be a problem that happens quite a bit, is I always see Americans suggesting things to Canadians or other countries that are typically American and that aren't really a thing here. So yeah, it seems to be quite the issue sometimes. And sometimes it's not done with any intention to harm. A lot of the time it's just like, hey, sometimes they're trying to help, but sometimes it's like, what, you don't even have that store? Sometimes it's a little bit superior, if I can say. You were trying to type moonrise, but yeah, uh like, name a store that only exists in the US, and like it's been suggested to you from yeah, it is condescending sometimes. Yes, I love those. I like the ruffles, they're so good. Or ketchup chips, I love ketchup chips. I live for ketchup chips. Oh, Kit Kats are so good, Smarties are the best. But in the US, Smarties are boring. Here we're okay for our American viewers who don't know, Smarties here are called Rockets, and our Smarties are the British kind. They are little chocolates wrapped in colors. So yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's like our Smarties are like M&Ms, but different. They're a little bit flatter and bigger than M&Ms. Yeah, exactly. Mm. But oh, they are good. Our our Smarties are good. They're better than M&Ms in my humble opinion. Not so humble, but yeah. And we have good things in Canada. We have mostly British candy, which is a good thing. Um, because they're delicious. I'm trying not to look like a psychopath here. Candy. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a bit intense. Oh, I'm so. Oh, my roommate is still bugging me about this. He says, but I told her what the size of the shoes are. Yes, yes, but that is why we try on things. When you eat Smarties, of course I keep red for last. I'm not a psycho. Yes, yes, I do that. Mostly I let them melt in my mouth. Of course, it is illegal. Actually, a lot of people don't know this, but it's illegal in Canada to eat the red Smarties first. You have to keep them for last, otherwise, you're gonna get arrested and sent to prison for a good at least 20 years. Do you believe me? YouTube's are really weird right now. I'm just being silly right now. The thing about red ones last is just basically a little bit of a joke because a lot of people tend to keep the red ones for last, which I do because it's my favorite color, not because we have to, but yeah, it's a little bit of a Canadian inside joke. I'm sorry, I burped again. I'm gonna eat the third sandwich now because feeling a little bit too weak to go to the store. So, yeah, I was streaming for a very long time. And my head hurts a little bit, but I also kind of don't feel like being alone right now. I kind of need the interaction at the moment because I'm going a little bit um, insane. Your potatoes. Check on your potatoes, dear. Your phone died while you slept. Ha. See, it needed a nap, dear. That is what happens sometimes. Phones get tired too. Yes, in the membrane. I don't know where that's from or what that's from. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh yes. So some level of insanity. Okay, so there are some video games in which okay, maybe some people don't really know about video games here, so I will do a little bit of explaining. But there are some video games which sanity is it's a song in which sanity is a setting inside the game, and so when you go inside, when your sanity levels drop, usually you'll see more monsters. This is mostly a thing for horror games and things like that. But yeah, you will yeah, your sanity will drop and you will start to see more monsters and more dangerous things and your health will drain and things like that. So and there is game called it's got an old game actually, not very old, but it's not recent. It's called Don't Starve, and you basically have to feed your character as much as possible and not die from all the dangers. And in it, to keep from getting insane, you can build um, a flower crown, and that gives you sanity. It prevents your sanity from draining fast and things like that, and it makes you regain some of it. I'm not 100% sure of the perks anymore. I've not played that in a while, but my old roommate and I were always joking, "Oh, you're going insane. You're gonna need your flower crown very soon." And so, yeah, that was interesting. Okay, I'm gonna be back in a second. It's gonna heat up the last sandwich and then put this back. I'll be right back. Oh, I was sitting on my foot again. I will be right back again. I need to throw this in the garbage. Yeah, right now, a sign that I'm tired is that I'm getting a lot of verbal stims right now. So I've was probably saying very embarrassing, embarrassing things while I was in the kitchen. So I hope you didn't hear me. But yeah, vocal stems. That's his focus. Mm. I do like gaming a little bit, but I've not done it in quite a while. Could talk about that for a long time. I used to have Nintendo GameCube. I sold it because I needed food and rent and everything. No, I still have the GameCube. I just don't have the games anymore because my GameCube is not in the best condition. It had a spider in there. I had a spider in my GameCube, people. Not even kidding. I had a spider. So, yeah, I sold all my games, but I was a very big player for a while. I still have my memory card. Ow! Oh, it seems cold. He has all the systems. Yeah, I don't have Steam Deck either. I just have a Steam account. Um, but yeah, I don't really play a lot of games. Sometimes PC games just because I sold all the other ones. I even sold my Game Boy games and I sold my Nintendo DS games as well. I don't really have any of that stuff anymore. Yeah, I wonder what the temperature is there because here it's hot. And yeah. anyone who wonders what I'm gonna be doing today, after the stream, I'm gonna be taking a nap. My brain really weird right now. My brain is weird. So yeah, uh, 7 below. Feels like -12. Let's see Montreal. Meteo Media. This is our website. Warning. Snow. Oh, it's -4 here. Not that bad. -31. Ouch. Yeah, that is very cold. I've only ever been to Alberta once. And I've never been to BC, which I'm sad about. I want to go to Vancouver. And I want to go I want to see Stanley Park. It's one of the main things I want to see in life. Just because of Skinny Puppy. I've said this already. Sorry. Oh. Is that thunder I'm hearing? The other day, Granny D was getting thunder. I hope it's not getting over here as well. Because I'm hearing loud bangs. So I hope it's just a silly neighbor. Because the website, the weather website isn't talking about that at all. Snow thunder. Oh, that would be bad. So, has anyone here ever visited Quebec? Any city at all, not necessarily Montreal? I'm curious to know. You might have told me this already, but you know how my memory goes. My memory is not good. Oh yeah, you're gonna get a kick out of this leather. There is a kind of silly game going on the web. Um, Basically, the page makes randomized matchups between two electronic albums, and right now this is what's going on. This is Skinny Puppy and Air something. I don't know that artist at all, but we have Vivisect 6 going on. And right now, let's see who's winning the poll. Oh, right now the other one is winning because people don't have a good taste. But that one guy said something. Let me read that to you. He said, Skinny Puppy were far ahead of their time, but their music didn't age well. Today it sounds really cringe and basic." Okay, the band is called Moon Safari, apparently. Okay, but he says that Skinny Puppy sounds really cringe and basic. Cringe and basic? You've never been to any of the east of Canada. I've been to the west once, and I've not gone back yet, but maybe one day I will. I hope so. So, and then he says, shock value for the sake of shock value is basic AF. They're trying too hard to be provocative, comes off really fake. Like, tell me you don't understand Skinny Puppy without telling me, right? Um, so yeah, he keeps replying to everyone that it's fake, and then he says he used fake blood. He used fake blood that isn't real. Really? Do you expect Ogre to go like bleeding all over the stage for real? Yeah, the guy is a little bit silly. I've been to Calgary once, and actually, this time I want to go to BC because I've never been to BC and I really want to go because there's a lot of history there, especially with Skinny Puppy that I'm interested in. So yeah, I thought Letter would get a kick of that guy's comments about Skinny Puppy being basic. So yeah, so he's just going on and on about random BS and about the band not being authentic. Oh, and he's calling everyone butthurt because he's a music producer. Yeah, great. Oh no, he lives in Montreal. Oh, he's just a DJ. He doesn't produce shit. Okay, I'm sorry. I just thought that guy was funny. What year? I went in 2023. I went to see Skinny Puppy. That's when I went to Calgary. So yeah, that guy is being silly and it's really funny right now. So yeah, I just thought that Skinny Puppy fans would find this funny. Um because we all know that basically there's not really any music like that anywhere, and it's quite unique, and to have that one guy know it all come in the comments and say that Skinny Puppy is basic, that's funny. So the guy just clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. And he calls himself a music producer, but he's just a DJ in like he doesn't even really have anything to his active. Like I just check his Facebook page. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna switch to another topic right now. So um and also it's one of my goals to see other provinces. I've only been to Quebec, obviously, because I live there, and Ontario I've been a few times, mostly because whenever you fly anywhere from Montreal, you always have a transfer in Toronto. So Toronto transfers. So I've been to Toronto quite a bit because of that, and I've been once with the whole class to Niagara Falls as well when I was in high school. And so it's a beautiful thing to do, but it's quite touristy, so it's not really that interesting. Yeah, you have some water fall on you, great. Because if you didn't know this, the waterfalls are quite strong, and so they have you put on a raincoat, kind of a rain guard thing, and it goes like over your head. It has a hood and everything, and basically, just like the mist from the waterfall comes on you, even if you're quite far from them. Like you don't directly pass under them or anything, but yeah. you basically get wet. So, and I think the main thing I enjoyed visiting there was Canada's Wonderland. That is quite cool. Uh, I'm not even sure it's the right name, but you know that amusement park with roller coasters. So you stepped foot once, staying in London, Ontario. You went to Hull for an hour. Yeah, my friend just asked me if I got tickets to see Frontline Assembly and Ministry, and I was like, no, sadly, I didn't. They're already sold out everywhere. And I'm like, I want to see Frontline Assembly. Yeah, during summertime it's quite good. Um, but yeah, you don't want to be doing that in the winter, obviously, because the water is frozen. But yeah, and yeah, I would have liked to see Frontline Assembly, even Ministry. I've never seen them, even if it's not like my favorite band. But that would have been quite the thing, you know. Mm. My friend even another one of my friends from the US even got the meet and greet with Al, so quite envious about that. If met him, we would just be rambling about body modification for like 5 hours. Because that's one of my special interests, so I would have a couple questions for him. Because obviously he's quite modified. He's quite tattooed and everything, and he has quite a bit of piercings and such. So I have some questions for that guy. If you know what he looks like, you know why I'm saying this. He gets a lot of crap online for looking the way he does. But yeah, anyone curious who I'm talking about, look up Ministry. That's a band, by the way, to those of you who are not versed in industrial music. That is a band, so yeah, yeah. There was pictures of him with Kevin Key chatting going around, and people lost their minds over that because everyone wants to believe that Kevin Key hates Al for some reason. Because during the rabies era, um, like Al was hanging out with Ogre and got him to tour with them instead of supporting Skinny Puppy for a while. And so everyone wants to believe that Kevin and Al hate each other firmly, but the guys were just chatting and having a decent time and just being there really, and people were just losing their minds. It was entertaining. That's not Weird Al. It's not the same person at all. I'm not gonna say his last name because I can't pronounce that, but maybe Leather can type it in the chat, but I cannot pronounce it. But yeah, it's the guy from Ministry who has a bunch of tattoos and piercings and dreads that are like striped. He has striped dreads. I'll be right back. It's gonna wash my hands because right now they're very greasy. Hello again. Uh, yes, 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 that is spelled correctly. And I don't know how it is pronounced. That's not even how Ogre pronounces it, and he used to be friends with him, so I'm not sure how it's pronounced. I would have to ask him. Not that I know him personally, of course, but yeah, maybe. He pronounces the J, but who knows? I don't know how Al pronounces that himself. So, let's see. And yeah, very industrial. Start off disco-ish. Kinda, yeah. Kinda. It started out kind of weird, and it's been a well-known band in the goth scene as well. Yeah, I'm not I'm not well versed in industrial. I just know them from my goth days because I would hear some songs at the club sometimes. Like every day is Halloween. You would hear that going around quite a bit. So I know them from that. Silly me. They sound different now. Oh yeah. They're not the same thing at all. Drastically changed. But yeah, people like to make up a lot of stuff about them for some reason. They all think that Ogre's addiction is because of Al, and that's not true, by the way. Ogre talked about that himself. I'm not gonna go into too much details, just because I don't want the drama. But basically, I read everything going on in the Facebook group, and so time and time again, Ogre dismissed that rumor. So yeah, night and day difference. Christmas every day, Xmas every day. Of course, Xmas is what I celebrate. I don't celebrate Christmas because I'm a scary person. But yeah, a lot of people believe things about ministry that are not really the case. So, which is a thing that happens online. You know, um people are just being weird. Just like that guy earlier who said that Skinny Puppy is basic and tries too hard. I didn't really either, but that's just because it's a really bad time of the year. Yeah, I get that. It's like that for a lot of people, isn't it? We're all weirdos. So, yeah. I'm starting to get tired. I might not stream for very long. I might leave soon. Just getting a chance to get a few last thoughts out. I might private this live because a lot was said and it's quite a heavy stream. I don't know. That's all right. I get that. And thank you for joining. And thank you for chatting. I appreciate that. But yeah. I don't know. I might private this live. I'm not sure. I'm gonna think about it. One thing is sure. Yeah, I will keep it. Yes, don't worry. I keep the streams because when you delete them, you lose the watch hours. But yeah, but yeah. I'm sorry, brain fog. I'm having a little bit of trouble right now. Yeah, I read it, and I knew that's what you were gonna say. The problem with that is in Canada, at least, not in Canada, in Quebec specifically, at least. I don't know about other places. I just know that the doctors I've talked to, I made journals and everything, and I had piece of media to show them, and I had like records of everything, and they didn't want to even look at it. So I'm just like I have all of this, I have the videos and everything, but also like not only the last ones I've talked to anyway, they didn't want to look at any of the stuff I had brought. They said it was useless, and also, yes, my brain is going to. But also, I'm kind of afraid they'll weaponize this against me. It's another reason why I've not been going to the doctors and why I've been struggling with conveying the full extent of my disability. I'm afraid that they'll give custody of me to my parents, honestly. Yeah, I know that's infuriating. I took complete notes. I had pages of notes and I had every little detail, and I had I thought even about giving a photo album and things like that, and to record myself on different occasions. And the lady was just like, no, I don't need that, just answer my questions. So I was just like, fine then, bye. And so yeah, and so yeah, I know that that's angering, but yeah. And also I'm kind of afraid they'll weaponize that against me and use it to make my parents uh make my decisions for me when they see that I struggle with doing that on my own. So it's another reason I've been scared of doing that, because my dad is quite abusive and I don't want him to have to take care of me, because he will do it and he will pretend like he's the best guy ever. But my dad is an abusive word that I will not say on stream because yeah, you know. Do you understand? You know the word I'm meaning to say, right? I don't want to go too much into it, but basically, I'm scared that he will have be like my legal decision maker. I don't want that to happen. I know that if that happens, I'm screwed. I will not have control over the rest of my life. Like, I will be stuck there and I won't be able to escape anything. So, that's another reason why I've been downplaying it a bit when it comes to doctors. Because, yeah, I'm afraid that legally they're gonna do something like that to me, like decide that I can't decide for myself, if that makes sense. Because I know my dad is gonna pretend like he's doing it like out of the goodness of his heart, but am I making sense? Like I don't want this to be too triggering as well. And so now I will probably private this live just because I don't want my dad finding it and hearing what I'm saying about him. But yeah, because he will go into a rage. But yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm sure you understand what I mean. I don't want to go too much into in details about this. Oh, Granny D is live. So anyone, if you wanna watch Granny D, she's live right now. You would have to be a murmurer or something. You're an adult, therefore. Yeah, but no, if I meet a psychiatrist and they see that I seem to be really hectic on stream, they're allowed to legally call that I can't make decisions for myself. They're allowed to do that if they evaluate me. Which is a problem with a lot of autistic people, because that can happen and that can put you in a very dangerous situation. But yeah, if he sees the live on which I had a meltdown the other day, a psychiatrist would see that and they would go like, yeah, that person isn't safe on their own. They need someone to take care of them and to make their decisions for them. Because in that time, you see, I was crying and not able to even think for myself. Oh, yeah, you say that, but I've seen it happen to some of my friends, and like, my friend, one of my friends was forced basically to move back at his parents. He had a psychotic episode for a while. I won't go into too much details because that's like private medical information, but one of my friend had a bunch of struggles and he was basically forced to move back with his parents after a while. So that could happen to me as well. So So yeah, I know that most of the time it takes a while until you get there, but someone seeing a live stream like that could lead them to believe that I'm unfit for my own decisions, if that makes sense. I'm just really worried that it'll happen. Maybe I'm paranoid, but I'm really scared that will happen because yeah, basically it's happened to people I know. So okay, I'm sorry. I didn't want to be triggering right now. But yeah, cuz and I also don't want to be analyzed. I don't want to be basically taken and put into an institution. And I know they can do that if they believe that you're a danger to yourself. Um, that they can, even if like it's not from a loved one or anything, they can bring you in if they believe you're a danger to yourself. Um, and they can keep you until they believe you are no longer a threat to anyone or yourself. But I'm sorry to hear that. I'm very sorry to hear that. Okay, I'll change the subject. I'm sorry. I didn't wanna trigger anything bad. So yeah, but yeah, as I'm saying, it's just quite a struggle dealing with that, and I'm just worried what might happen. So yeah, so I might private this live just because there is a lot of sensitive medical information here. Oh, no, no, I'm not triggered right now. I was worried about triggering you. I'm not easily triggered by things like that. Um, but yeah, basically, I don't know if it's the same thing in every province, because I'm not quite sure what the laws here, but here they are allowed to keep you in a mental health institution if they believe you're a danger to yourself. And in my video, yeah, no, Don, I don't want to have to do editing. To be honest, I really dislike doing video editing, so I don't want to be going through 4 hours of live stream just to cut out the sensitive parts. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no. That it's not a trigger problem issue, Don. It's that because I talked about my dad and my friend that I don't want people to hear that. Yeah, you don't like editing too. Yeah, I totally get. Editing is annoying. No, but it's just that I talked about my dad and about my friend, and I don't want them to be able to find that or to like have. I don't want my friend to have his privacy broken, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna private the live just because of this. But yeah, I don't want to be cutting out parts of the video. I'm just lazy, to be honest. Yeah, yeah, I have. I think I've done that. Leather, I have in the live in which I had a meltdown in the other day I did. So yeah, that's why I kind of worry about showing that one. There was hints that I could be a danger to myself because I was talking about deleting everything I ever owned. And so that is a valid reason for them to be like, oh, this person is thinking in that way. Because they already have in my file that I have certain thoughts, certain ideations. They already have that on file. So if they have any reason to doubt that I might be progressing in those thoughts, they are allowed to take me in and not to release me until they believe that I'm out of this state of mind, if that makes sense. Like they could send emergency services here and get me. Like they could do that if they wanted. So yeah, it's quite messed up actually. As soon as you have record of those type of thoughts into your file, I don't want to say it because I know it can be a little bit triggering to hear for some people, but if they have records of you having thoughts like these, which are not about harming other people, so don't worry about that. I'm not violent or anything, but if they have anything like that on file, they really, really look at what you give them, or what you say to them. They're really gonna check that and make sure, just to make sure no one does something to themselves. But the reason I don't want to be put into an institution is because I'm unable to stay by myself in a place where I don't have communication with the outside world, and I would panic, and it would cause me more harm than good because I stop being able to think and I stopped being able to process things. I would just be worried that everything would collapse while I was absent, and so it would take control away from me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know I might be a little bit paranoid. I just don't want to be taking any chances with that. So, yeah, I'm just gonna private this live just so at least the people relevant to the situation cannot find it. And yeah, because yeah, no, I don't want to harm myself right now. I'm feeling fine. I just worry that them hearing me talking this way might like scare them, if that makes sense. Especially my dad. I don't mean this in a bad way, but he's not really very mental health aware. Gotta go now. My eyes are tired. Oh, well, have a good rest, dear. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, of course. I'm gonna go soon as well. But I just really wanted to get out this final thought. I'm just gonna have a sip of water because, yeah. See, I don't know why I'm announcing that I'm drinking water, but that's what's happening, I guess. But yeah, thank you, Moonrose Crafts. Thank you for joining. So many things you mention I've experienced too. I'm glad that other people understand. It could be whiskey. Yes, yes, it could be whiskey. I love bad word plays. I love bad puns. Now I will be chuckling for the rest of the night. Oh no, my friend just got this. Oh no, that is so silly. That's a really cool figurine, but it's just the face. It's very well made. From, yeah, a very beloved character. I love that actually. That's pretty cool. And so yeah, I just wanted to say real quick. I don't remember what I was gonna say real quick. This is just an ear thing, by the way. This is an ear cleaning thing, and I'm just stimming with this right now. I'm just kind of stretching my fingers. Yes, yes, it is. House of a Thousand Corpses. Yes, that's exactly where it's from. And you know who else plays in that? Let's go on IMDb. Yeah, that's a Rob Zombie movie, so cool. But Bill Moseley is in it. Bill Moseley is awesome. We all love Bill Moseley. Sometimes Bill replies to my comments on his Facebook. I used to interact more with his Instagram, but I don't really go on Instagram anymore. So yeah, I always reply to his posts, and sometimes he replies back, and it's quite funny. He's a silly guy. He gave me recommendations for silver markers because Sharpie always go wrong. You can't ever get a hold of anyone you want to talk to. Well, that's why I'm so obsessive with people. At some point, they see me everywhere and they start to reply. So, yeah, thank you everyone for joining. So, I'll be privating this, but also next time I go live, it's not gonna be crochet and chat. It's gonna be something else. I might, like I said, I might still crochet on camera, but I'm just gonna try to vary it a little bit because I'm kind of overwhelmed with doing this. Yes, yeah, it would totally. So thank you everyone for joining, and thank you for being so patient with me. My mental health is kind of dwindling down right now, and yeah, it's become really difficult. So thank you, and thank you for everyone's kind words and support. I apologize that I'm difficult a lot of the time, but yeah, I appreciate all of you. And the whiskey things. I am whiskey sometimes. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit delirious at the moment. I'm doing better, thank I think. Crocheting it out sometimes works. Well, thank you everyone for joining. Right now, I'm tired, but I'm not gonna be able to sleep. Mm. I try not to. No, no, my chin is down right now because my muscles, my back muscles hurt. So I'm sorry. I find this quite funny. But yeah, I'm not gonna be able to sleep because I sleeping during the evening messes up my sleep schedule, and I always kind of feel more tired afterwards. But it's probably gonna be helpful for me to just take a break right now. So I'm not gonna be crocheting tonight. I'm probably just gonna try to do anything else, really. I don't know what. Probably just gonna do stupid things on my phone and scroll for hours. You're sleeping all day and you're awake at night. Oh, that's why you've been streaming late. The other day, during her stream, Dawn tells me, "You're still awake?" And I'm like, "What? It's just 10:45 right now," because of the time zone difference. And I'm just like, "It's just 10:45. It's not late." But for her, it was like 1 in the morning. That's what she said to me. But yeah, oh, by the way, I'm gonna be working on a certain person's order very soon. A person who cannot keep secrets. And you know who I'm talking about, I assume. What song are you talking about? Not the Mika song, I hope. That song that says relax, take it easy. I don't know how to do that, truthfully. I don't know if that's the song you're referencing or if you're referencing to another song. That's the only one I can think of right now. Oh. Okay, yeah, no, I don't know that one. I don't know that one. Keeping the night owls company. That's a noble quest, Don. Because we're all weird, witchy watchers. We're witchy watchers. I'm a witch, by the way, so that checks out. I'm a delirious witch right now. Yeah. But yeah. Thank you for joining. And oh, right now my face isn't even showing. But yeah, thank you everyone. And I'll probably stream not tomorrow. I think my roommate will be in tomorrow, so no streaming then. If you have black, white, purple on the Not So Secret project. Oh, he didn't leave a note for it to have white, but if you want white on the secret project, you're gonna have to tell me where you want white. Your friends who watch you at night time. But yeah. Cause what? Okay, it doesn't need to. Okay, cause I in his note he just selected neon purple, so that's what I was gonna be doing, is purple and black, the just regular design. So that's what I was thinking of doing. Yes, he did. He selected purple. He selected neon purple. I'll show you the colors next time. Next time you're on one of my streams, I'll show you which one. So yeah. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining. Now it's time for me to go. And yeah, I'm gonna be watching reels and things. I better finish his Wookiee. Yes, you must finish that. That's really awesome. Thank you. Bye, everyone.